Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of Yono and the Celestial Elephants. And last time we were in Sundergarden, where I was remembering what was going on with the game after the long break I took, right, of 3 months or so. And in Sundergarden, we were pretty much only leaving behind the plot development of that place, which was exploring the dungeon of it that was the Maggot's Keep. And they wanted us to go there because it seems like the Bone Whites, which are the skeleton people that live there, they are from Sondergarten, they were stopping to respawn pretty much. Like there were no new Bone Whites being born or showing up in the world, and then that was kind of like a problem. It was like worrisome. And they didn't know what was going on, but they thought that at the core of that dungeon, Maggot's Keep, they would be able to find the answer to why people were not respawning or being born anymore in Sundergarden. So they sent Yono to go there and check it out. And it was a very interesting dungeon. It started with some easy puzzles, but as we progressed, they were getting harder little by little. I did enjoy that dungeon a lot, also because it combined mechanics of ice and fire, and then also ice sliding, and then moving blocks, and then using water as well, as Yono can carry water in his trunk. So yes, I was very pleased by that dungeon. And then I was especially surprised that at the core of Maggot's Keep, there was the Nightmare's Lair. And Nightmare's Lair was pretty much a boss fight. And it was very good because, there we go, it's something that I was missing in this game that tried to be very inspired in Zelda games. And there was a boss. And the boss was not very easy. I did get very hurt until figuring out what I had to do, but we did it. And then I gotta admit that the first hit I gave to the boss was thanks to luck, and then I understood, oh, okay, so that's what I need to be doing, and then I could try to do it more on purpose later. But yes, we won the boss, and then we got to a room that had like a bulb, right? A flower bulb that probably was inactive. And that bulb was pretty much the source of the life energy that made all of those bone whites to be born. And then they could be always responding and everything. But it was somewhat inactive. And then we had to water it. And then by watering it, it was blooming. And after it was bloomed, then everything came back to normal in Sundergarden. Then we were able to help them all. And that was something regarding the previous celestial elephant that has given life to those people, which was Elephant Naga. Yono wasn't sure if he could solve this problem because he didn't have magic powers as Elephant Naga did, or it seemed to have. Wait, she seemed to have in the past, as she was able to figure something out so those souls could come back to life in Sundergarden. But Yono still went there, he solved the puzzles, he fought the boss, and just by watering the bulb, it was enough to restore the magic of the place. After that, we headed to Acorn Woods, is that how it's called? Yeah, Acorn Woods. I'm checking my notes in here. And we crossed its puzzles as well. They gave us a peanut shooting new mechanic too, and also the bombing. The bombing was very dangerous because I did get very hurt with them, with the bombs, until we finally made it to freaking Freehaven, that I was very curious about because it is the city of the robots, the city of the mechanic, and I have been liking the mechanic characters a lot throughout the game. The city looked very different than what I was imagining because it is a port city. I was expecting something more industrial based or something more technological, maybe noir even, but no, it's more like BT like with some machinery, but it's very few in my opinion. But yeah, in there we were learning more about the mechanic. Many of them have some crazy philosophical speech as well, which was very impressive to see. And we also learned about the proto-mechani, which were the first ones to be made by the humans. But they were very, um I don't know, very limited because those proto-mechani were made to help the humans in their chores and not necessarily to act in their own way. But eventually, the mechani were able to start building themselves and making themselves, and now they kind of hope that they could be more independent because the queen from Nightingale City, she wants to have some sort of control still over everyone, and she's kind of even wanting to fight both the people from Sundergarden, the Bone Whites, and also the mechanic from Freehaven. While this war doesn't happen, I hope they won't happen, but I'm not sure, or that won't happen. She has been trying to control them by taxing them. Yeah, she wants them to keep on uh, working for the humans in a way, like by forcing them to kind of give money to Nightingale by taxing everything they make. And the mechanic, of course, don't like that, and they were trying to get the help of the Bone Whites, but the Bone Whites are more free regarding material ideas, right? Materialistic ideas, because they are just souls that pretty much died, but they are still um wandering around the world or the earth, but they don't care that much for materialistic things, not as much as the mechanic do. So what happened was that I explored the whole city. I learned all of that about the mechanic, but they are doing some elections right now, and they do their elections by using a system that was called the Hegemonicon. Yeah, the Hegemonicon registers the votes of every mechanic regarding their important topics. But the thing is that the queen has her guards in Freehaven, and I believe one of her most important guards headed to where this hegemonicon character or computer is located at to maybe change its settings so the elections could be corrupted or it could favor Nightingale. Because I believe they were deciding if they were going to attack Nightingale or have a war against Nightingale, and the queen is kind of observing that a lot, and now we need to go to where this robot is, or maybe this computer is located at, so we can try to stop this important guard by the queen from changing the results of the elections, because it is not fair for them to still be in control of what they are doing in that city. Anyway, but before doing that, another thing that I did last stream was collecting the letters, going back to Nightingale City, heading to the library, and filling up the books that have the lore of the past celestial elephants. We filled them all, so I think that the first thing I'm doing tonight will be reading those, I believe, four stories, but maybe there are more than four and I'm not remembering that. But I will read them all to understand more about what happened in the past, and then we can kind of see how Yono's story is going to relate to them, even if it happens in a very different way. Early impressions from those stories that I still remember having were that they were dealing with some crazy disasters, both social disasters like wars and also natural disasters like tsunamis. And I kind of had the feeling as well that some of those conflicts they got some bittersweet solutions. Not everything was very happy in the end or fully solved. There were problems and consequences of things. The best example is Sundergarden. Sundergarden became what it is thanks to a war that destroyed both sides of the war. And the Elephant Naga wanted today to, I don't know, their souls to still, um, I don't know, find something past their death that was very unfortunate. Even though there is no control regarding which soul is coming back to life, they made that very clear. Even people that did not die thanks to that war is coming back to life, and then people that died might not be coming. It's kind of like random who comes back to life. But that's the solution that Elephant Nagas found in order to give those souls a little bit more of time to enjoy, or something around those lines. But anyway, so let's check those stories. Then I will go back to Freehaven and check the situation with Hegemonicon, and hopefully we can sort it out. Although if this game wants to keep on giving us good plots, maybe I won't be able to do it, and then there will be a big war between Freehaven and Nightingale. That's what I think is going to happen, or they can actually surprise me and give me something different. As I'm starting the stream very late, this might not be a long stream, so I'm only planning to do maybe those two things tonight, especially because I went to the uh, exposition event that were full of anime, gaming, geeky, nerdy things. It was very good, but tomorrow is the second day of that, so I'm still having more tomorrow. I hope that tomorrow I can have the feeling that I enjoyed my time in there the most, because today it was good, but I felt like time flew by and I was for a lot of that time stuck in queues. I wish I had done more things, but tomorrow maybe I will have more time to do it because I might not be too involved into Pokemon Go. So I will try to play some more Mario Kart Live and also the emulators that they have in there with all sorts of retro gaming like Super Nintendo, Game Boy, PS1, Nintendo 64 and things. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow I will focus a little bit more on the event itself. Even though I did some things that were related to the event, but there was a lot of Pokemon Go today as well. That said, let's go to the game. Hopefully everything's alright. I didn't change the settings, but I'm hoping that the audio is good. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, I have my mic on. I will believe, I'll trust my intuition that everything is good. Yes, we return to the library like I said. Maybe I should lower my volume a little bit. I think this is a little bit better already, okay. Hello, old man. Or maybe I should say old Bone White, right? This is a Bone White. A monk Bone White. He's the lore master. I see you have some lost letters for me. Not anymore because we found them all, I think. Yeah, let's read those stories. Let's see what the elephants did in the past. There are... Wait, they didn't save the game? I mean, I can open those up again, but... That's strange because I did that last time. Maybe I did forget to save, but normally I don't forget to do it, right? But that's fine. We can fill up the stories again, and there will be 6 stories then, because there are 2 more stories in book 3 down there. 3 books just like the Avatar, The Last Airbender. The Myth of Yen and Uruk and Onegra. In the end, they really didn't make it too hard for you to collect such letters. I was kinda expecting to take longer for me to fill those up, but it was very easy. Not like a big work at all. But I'm curious to see what we can figure out regarding their past doings. We have only 4 left. I kinda wish that we could get a reward for doing this. I would even take a Steam achievement, but sadly I think there is nothing. This lore master doesn't give us anything for this. I guess the reward is knowledge, right? It is like becoming wiser. So then I hope the stories will be worth. Let's go from what we already started reading in the past to the oldest stories, right? If the game set them all that way, in that order, then maybe that's what they want us to be doing. Speaking of Sundergarden, let's go read this again regarding Naga. Naga and the Sundergarden, page 1. This is the story of the fall of the Xernogoth Empire. It almost sounds like Xenoblade or Xenogears or something, but it's Xernogoth. The aged Emperor Bindusara II had himself inherited the throne to the mighty empire, and in his lifetime expanded it even further. But as he lay on his deathbed, it was time for the Golden Throne to be passed on to his successor. That's funny because I have been back to my reading. I'm still kinda slowly reading my books, but I'm back to the third book of the Game of Thrones, and that's how the story pretty much goes, right? They are fighting against each other to see who is going to become the next king and also who is going to get to the throne. The third book has been very good, by the way. His writing, George R. Martin's writing, is fantastic. Then I hope that little by little I can really finish the book because it's been a really long journey. I probably have been trying to read that book in at least 4 years, I would say, but I kind of lost track of when I started reading it. Bindusara had two sons, Prince Pandava and Prince Kaurava, and they both were twins. Those twins stories normally don't end good, right? Yeah. The two princes were grown men at the time, but both had held high offices in separate parts of the empire, so they had their own business and they didn't mess with each other that much. The southern provinces were the domain of Prince Karava, the Duke of the Anvil. Now I understand what's an anvil thanks to last stream of this game. That we had to find the lost anvil to give it to the blacksmith. Now I know what it is. He's the Duke of the Anvil, so maybe his provinces were regarding blacksmithing. That's a guess. In the north, Prince Pandava, Lord of the Foxes, governed the land. I'm guessing he had forests because of the foxes, but at the same time maybe not, because the north in this game are the mountains, the woolly mountains, and they look to be very cold and frozen. Can foxes live well in the cold? I would first think of wolves, but maybe they can as well. The twin princes had both grown powerful in their domains, and as their father's life approached its end, the two of them both claimed to be the rightful imperial heir. Foreseeing the inevitable conflict, both princes had secretly spent their time amassing wealth and influencing their regions, and the armies they controlled were the biggest in living memory. War seemed inescapable, which is what I think will happen between uh, Freehaven and Nightingale City. Elephant Naga saw the conflicts brewing in the lands. She had been a great friend to the Emperor Bindusara II, and she had for many years lived near the court and served as a trusted advisor to the ruler. Something around this story reminds me of Naruto plot as well. The conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, right? And then the freaking Hokages kinda believing in them to, like, I don't know, do the right thing. The famed justice and longevity of Bindusara can perhaps in large part be attributed to the influence of the Elephant Naga. So since this moment, they are revealing that Elephant Naga did have some sort of healing magic, because she was able to help the Emperor to live for longer. I then now make another connection to Golden Sun 2, that I hope that that freaking Lord Baby doesn't meet an Elephant Naga, so he stopped doing his, I don't know, shenanigans and trickeries to become immortal, pretty much, to extend his own lifetime, because in that case it sounds very wrong what he's doing, because he's unbalancing natural elements, so he could be achieving his selfish plan. That's my theory over him, though. I still need to meet him again, and also Isaac's group in Golden Sun 2 to really confirm those theories, but I believe I might be on track of something. Naga traveled to the northern provinces, to the Fox Keep. I hope that we can get there. I hope we can find a place that's called Fox Keep in the Woolly Mountains, in order to talk to the Prince Pandava and ask him to not go to war with his brother. But Pandava would not listen to the elephant. He had cunningly prepared for this outcome for years, and in his scheming he had completely forgotten his childhood growing up with his twin. So Naga traveled south then, to the Iron Citadel, and spoke to Prince Kaurava. She asked him to lay down his sword and make peace with his brother, but Kaurava's massive army was already clad in steel and marching towards the plains of Pali, where he would face down his own brother once and for all. The armies of the Anvil and the armies of the Fox stood ready to do battle. Elephant Naga began to run towards the plains of Pali, where the battle was to commence. She ran as fast as the wind and the thunder, but still she was too late. The Battle of the Twin Generals, the greatest battle in record history, has already started. Brother fought brother, kin fought kin, and the devastation was total. The bodies of the fallen piled up into barricades, which the remaining warrior would climb and keep fighting. The ground was no longer visible under a layer of corpses. You see, this is a game for kids. It's so damn wholesome with like piles of corpses. General Kaurava and General Pandava met face to face in battle, Sasuke versus Naruto. The Duke of the Anvil against the Lord of the Foxes. The two twins were so equal in strength and skill, also because they were also so equal in appearance pretty much, that when Kaurava thrust his lance, so did Pandava, and the generals pierced each other's armor in the same breath. That also reminds me of another anime, but I shouldn't mention which one I'm thinking because it is a spoiler. But it is one of the... It was a very good anime. I kinda wanna rewatch it, to be honest. And I think it is on Crunchyroll. I should rewatch that, yes. Man, I will work up some plans for me to do it. It's short as well. I should do it. They died together, just as they had been born together. This also reminds me of another game. Those that remember that probably will get my reference in here. When Elephant Naga arrived at the battlefield, not a single soldier was still standing. The devastation was total, and Naga wept over the massacre. The corpses of the fallen lay strewn? That's a new word to me. The corpses of the fallen lay strewn across the fields like poppy seeds. Naga wandered the plains of Pali for many days, and she watched over the dead bodies as they sank down into the damp earth. She chased away crows, not crowns. She chased away crows and scavengers, and she tended to the dead. Let me read that again. She chased away crows and scavengers, and she tended to the dead. Her tears fell on the soil. Was it her tears that brought life to that area? It was not until many, many years later that the first corpses sprouted new life. So it was not during her lifetime even? Out of the mass grave grew the first bone white, brought back to life by Naga's blessing. I'm now wondering if Naga sacrificed herself in order for that to happen, but I believe they won't make it clear. The plains of Pali would continue to sprout the living dead, and it does to this day, and would henceforth be known as the sacred cemetery, the Sundergarden. Now it makes me really wonder if anyone that gets buried in this area in Sundergarden could probably be brought back to life, right? That's very interesting. And maybe the same can't happen in other places of the world. If that's really what happens, I would expect like some wars in order to someone to possess the Sundergarden resurrection capabilities, because it is such a unique feature, right? If there is someone that wants to live forever, they just need to control that area so they can be buried there. and then they would be able to resurrect again as a bone white. Hi bot, let me ban you. Bye bot. There we go. Okay, so that was the first story, and it's from the most recent elephant before Yono. It was 1,000 years ago. The next one is Oma, and the tsunami story, right? Oma and the wave. Once upon a time, there was an elephant whose name was Oma. It's funny because Oma is grandmother in German, if I'm not mistaken. Oma was a bit shy, and she preferred to stay to himself. The elephant Oma built for himself a very high tower, on top of which he could sit and watch the sea and the land and the sky. The people of the villagers. Wait, the villages actually. The people of the village around Oma's tower would bring fruit and pleasant incense to the elephant, and ask him questions about the weather and what else he could spy from so high. But Oma would rarely reply. He enjoyed his solitude, and he didn't want the villagers to come and bother him all the time. In time, the villagers stopped visiting, and Oma was happy. One day, when Elephant Oma sat atop of his tower, he felt a change in the wind and shiver in the earth. He looked out to the open sea and saw on the horizon the white foam of an enormous wave. The tsunami, pretty much. Then Elephant Oma knew that the wave would flood the land, and he hurriedly climbed down from his tower to warn the people of the villages. The giant wave was coming and it would destroy all of the houses and the farms. Oma told the villagers about the approaching wave, but they did not believe him. I think they should believe him. He was not spreading lies. He just remained quiet. But he did not lie to them. The villagers did not understand why the elephant, who hardly ever would give them news, suddenly wanted them all to listen because they were urgent. If they were like annoying, boring, unnecessary news, then he wouldn't care to go down a tower and spread the news. Yeah, this is a story. I think it's trying to tell us the tale of the three little pigs. Money, but I don't know. This is different. Never mind, maybe it is not really the three little pigs. There is even another story, isn't it? Of like the liar that tries to save the village by telling the truth, but then nobody could believe him. Although I do think that the three little pigs tale also had a liar somehow. But I can be wrong on that, yeah. It's been forever since I heard that story. And besides, the wave on the horizon was not visible from the ground yet, and Oma alone had been able to see it from the tower. So they didn't know that the tsunami was coming. His warnings were all ignored, and Oma realized that even if all people started moving up the hills to safety, they would not be able to get far enough before the wave hit. Oma understood that he had to do something. That's the thing, I can't think of what he would be doing. If he didn't have magic, how could an elephant stop a tsunami? His warnings were all ignored, and Noma realized that even if all the people started moving up the hills to safety, oh wait, have I read that already? They would not be able to get far enough before the wave hit. Yes, I did read this already. Let's go to the next page. Elephant Oma walked down to the coastline and saw the wave approaching. He took a deep, deep breath and gathered all of his massive strength. Did he blow from his trunk? And Oma swung his mighty trunk and he stomped the ground so hard, and in his great shuffle, the very mountains began to crumble and move. The chain of mountains crawled down into the sea and the sea floor began to rise. Oh, he created some sort of earthquake? But instead of sending the water level to lower, I don't know, to lower levels, he actually created a barrier of earth by using his stomps, pretty much. The chain of mountains crawled down into the sea, and the seafloor began to rise, and a whole new landmass began to form in the sea. The crescent moon-shaped tongue of land stretched as a wall around the shores where the villagers lived, shielding them from harm. And so when the giant wave finally rolled in, it was broken up by the rocky cliffs of Alma's new peninsula. Oh! Alma's Peninsula, that's true, it is the first area of the game, before Windhill. The people of the villages were saved. I wish now we could have seen a lighthouse in there, but there were no lighthouses in Alma Peninsula that I can remember. Which area will they talk about next? Gaia's Sonnet, the first quatrain. Is it like is this lyrics to a song? I think it is. Come walk with me and gaze upon the stars, spoke Gaia with her tusk of ivory white. The principles below this world of ours are clear as day as soon as comes the night. What did she mean by the principles below this world? I guess she's just saying that we own this world, so we should enjoy it, like by watching the stars and looking at the sky or something. In circular paths the spheres of heaven glide, the void of cosmos planets circumfuse. The mathematics is what inside it hide, proportion, ratio, and hypotenuse. Interesting. And in that ratio lives a merry tune. We find it if we measure carefully. Between my ivory tusks a string is strung and plucked to vibrate in fine harmony. Let's all dance when you take a string and thump it, and I will invent a new device, the trumpet. I mean, this was a fun story or song. I don't understand what Gaia really did. Maybe her ears in the world were peaceful, but maybe it was also an year of scientific revolution, because she talks a lot about observation, mathematics, studying like proportions and things. So maybe she had to deal with like technology, and it was when people in this land started, I don't know, doing things more technologically or modern ways. Maybe this was as well related to the mechanic, and maybe she was there where the proto mechanic were born or made actually. Let's go check Ronin. Although that was 3,000 years ago, never mind, there were no mechanic back in 3,000 years ago. The mechanic were kinda recent actually. So no idea exactly what was this about. But let's read Ronin next. Princess Vania, or Vania maybe, daughter of the emperor, sought out the elephant Ronin one night in the elder tree grove just outside the city, where he used to sit and gaze at the stars. When she saw him, she spoke thus: Elephant Ronin, who sit in the elder tree grove, I am the seventh of the emperor's daughters, and as such there are no noble prince left in any of the neighboring realms for me to marry when I come of age. All my sisters will have lives of luxury and plenty, all but me, who am the youngest. Why does she think like that? I have sought you out, great elephant, in hope that you can offer me advice. My dear child, I'm delighted to meet you, but why would you say a life of luxury and plenty is a life worth living? Facts. Would a life of toil and hardship be less desirable? All living creatures shun pain. This is evident. I seek the calm and serenity that comes from a life free from disturbance and suffering. Surely pleasure is the opposite of suffering, and should thus be aspired to, just as pain should be shunned, or shunned actually. But the pleasure will fade away as soon as it is over, as will the pain, as will all sensation. You can remember that you felt pain yesterday, but you cannot feel the same pain again. The same is true for pleasure. It is very right. Yeah, and also I will take that quote, or maybe I should say those lessons, to highlight one of the things that really helped me a lot to decrease or fight my anxiety back. And it's pretty much that. It's like things that they don't last. I might be having like a very bad day of suffering, but it doesn't mean that it's going to last, until the end of things. No, next day could be better. Next day could be less painful. It could also get worse in a way. It could, but the pain is never constant. So not the pleasure, or so is not the pleasure. So yes, every time I get anxious or something, I really try to, of course, do what I can to relax and be alright, but especially remind myself of that idea that things they don't last all the time. Like it might be bad for you right now, but it doesn't mean that it will be bad for you all the time. And it sounds something obvious or maybe even simple to say, but when you are at the bottom of the well, or like when you are suffering and going into some sort of heavy crisis together with depression, that idea can really save you, for you to get out of it, and also to make you to find strength to be patient until those crises are over. So yeah, this lesson in here, I actually take that to my life because it's something that I never can forget, especially as my anxiety, thank goodness, has never been as horrible as they were in the first years of that. Yeah, lately it's been much better because I've finally guess learned uh, these ideas right here of how things are temporary, the bad things and also the good things. I agree, this is why one should not chase after immediate pleasures, but rather live a life where pleasure is secured in the future as well. That's something that I'm always also trying to do. I'm always thinking about the future, and sometimes it reflects on my present life that I'm always kind of making decisions and deciding on what I get as information from my life experience to see how I can really go into the future that I feel like is the one that I want to live the most. Definitely, it's a challenge. Like I think it's also a struggle to everyone, but that's something that I'm always also thinking. Maybe it's because I'm Aquarius as well. It's the sign of the future, so I really live that. Like I'm always thinking about my future. It doesn't mean that I ignore the present, but I take my present seriously, and it's because of that. It's because I want to build the future that I plan to have, or at least at the same time understand what are the things that I want to have in the future. And funny enough, this year has been still a year that taught me a lot about that, like a lot. Um, and it's been like an avalanche of information, but everything clicked. And I hope that next year I can work with those learnings that I got this year. This year was a very knowledgeable or self-knowledgeable year to me, like really. And it's funny how it also, I don't know, made my other cycles in my life to make a lot of sense too. So basically, I was like, holy shit, I see everything. It was one of those enlightenment moments that you might have in your life. I was like, I now understand everything that I went through. And yeah, I'm now kind of motivated to go after those learnings that I did get to myself. It's funny how I think that probably no one is watching this tonight, also because of the game, but also because of how late I'm streaming. But it's so good for me to be venting, you know. And I'm kind of very glad about this year because I did learn some important things about myself, and I wanna I wanna look for the future according to those things I learned, basically. Anyway, let's see what's going on in here. I agree, this is why one should not chase after immediate pleasures, but rather live a life where pleasure is secured in the future as well. One might even forgo immediate pleasures, if one is certain doing so will save one from a future pain. I actually think I can relate to that. Yes, I'm kinda really thinking ahead, pretty much. And by doing it, I may be kinda skipping some immediate pleasures too, from some of my decisions, yeah. Moving on, because there are still two sections of this story. I actually forgot how this started. She just wanted knowledge, right? Oh yeah, because the emperor was dying, but she was thinking that he wouldn't give value to her as she was the youngest of the daughters, and the other children of the emperor would be getting the luxurious things, and they would inherit his riches pretty much, while she would probably not get anything. I see. And then Ronin is kind of talking about the future, that she should think about the future, and also how like getting luxurious things might not bring her happiness. Yeah, let's keep on going. Maybe a good life is not so much about what you feel, but what you do. The present is ever changing, and so is the future. The past, on the other hand, cannot be altered. But what can be changed is something, one of my lessons of this year is that you may be able to not be extracting energy from the past and actually focus on the energy from like the vision you have of yourself in the future, and then get the energy from there instead of like getting the energy from past things. And normally we kind of get stuck into this process of like getting energy from the past, and then that energy consumes us, and we feel stuck like into cycles, into repetition of things, into mistakes, into like things that don't go straightforward, you know, into our life. Situations that are always the same, are always repeating, are always uh, unchanging or something. And yeah, it's important for you to always be visioning yourself ahead and not be looking at yourself before, because it is way more easier for all of us to be remembering things that have already happened. Like, it's easier for you to have memories because they are there. You know how they felt, you know how they were, even though the memories are lies, because they will never be accurate as how the situation really was. But what you should be filling up your mind, maybe even more than that, is actually with visions of the future. Like, I know what happened in the past, but what do I want? Like, what am I looking forward to have? What am I wanna get? And then you should start like imagining, picturing yourself into that situation that you want, and getting energy from there, so you can achieve your own goals instead of like absorbing crap from the past, pretty much. So I have been learning that too. Like, I'm kind of getting more used to those ideas and starting to believe about that more. Let's continue. The past, on the other hand, cannot be altered. Thus, the pleasurable sensations you feel now and might feel in the future are fleeting and impermanent, but the story of your actions will remain forever true in the past. This is your legacy, your memory, your tale. I think that Ronin kinda, I don't know, went too far, or he took a turn into what he was trying to say before Truvania, but sure. So I should focus on the actions I make rather than the pleasures I seek and receive, but the seeking of pleasure will itself be an action. But is the purpose of the search but is the purpose of the search the pleasure or the seeking? But is the purpose of the search the pleasure or the seeking? I'm not sure how to answer that. In a way, I kind of think it's kind of both, because you seek because you are searching for pleasure too, you know. Contrary-wise, then the possession of a good story is itself pleasurable. Yeah, I can live a life of action and stories, but the happiness I get out of that life is the same kind of pleasure my sisters will receive in their decorated halls, their banquets, and their bedchambers. She really believes that? Then maybe we are talking about the same thing after all. If the pleasure of action, the pleasure of creating memories and stories can rival the pleasure of material luxury, then perhaps the circumstances of your physical body is not the only thing that can lead to your happiness. Are you saying that I can devote myself to actions, to study and research, to charity work, to art and architecture, to adventure and discovery, and that this can be as rewarding as a life of pleasure? Are you in fact saying that this is what would truly be a happy life? I think he's saying that you should go after whichever goal you have, but not necessarily that just obtaining the heritage. Heritage, is that the word? No, 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 wait. The how is that called? I forgot the word. Basically, getting the goods from her dad, like the riches of her dad, might not really be what she really wants. And then maybe Ronin is trying to make her to think about her real ideals. That's why he's kind of trying to make her to realize that she should think about the future. I don't know what a happy life is. This is why I sit here looking at the stars and waiting for people to come and talk to me and tell me their thoughts. You have given me you have given me much joy this evening and much to think about. And I suppose sitting still can also be an action, if you do it on purpose. For some reason, that reminds me of the Hanged Man Arcana in Tarot and also in Persona. Yeah, I can understand his dialogue a little bit too. Sometimes it is important for you to really stop a little, digest things, observe until you finally can find what you're going to do next or what you really want to do next. Again, this was a very deep talk, so it's funny how every one of them took care of their problem uh, in different ways. Like Ronin was just having philosophical dialogue, and then Oma tried to warn the villagers about the tsunami, but he also could bring some protection to them by creating a wall of earth, right, or mountains. Naga used magic powers from her tears that brought the lost souls of the war between the brothers back to life. And then Gaia, I'm not sure, but I kind of think she was there doing technological uh, development. So maybe she helped people to find technological development. I'm not sure. The myth of Yen and Uruk, and this goes 10,000 years ago. It's like super to the past. What is going on in the origins of this world then? Here follows the myth of Uruk, such as it has been passed down through the generations. You know, something else that this is reminding me a little bit of, especially because the more to the past we go, the more philosophical this gets. It reminds me of the anime that I started that I should continue with, Mushishi. Yeah, Mushishi has some. It has some vibes, but it also has some episodes that there are reflections about all sorts of things. So it's a little bit like Mushishi this, which by the way, amazing and fantastic soundtrack of that show. It's so pleasuring to listen to that soundtrack. It really is something else. So let's try this again. Here follows the myth of Uruk such as it has been passed down through the generations. The son of Porcupine was the greatest hunter in the land and his bow was feared by all animals. He led a group of hunters who would return each night for food for the tribe. But the land was empty and barren, and all animals had fled or been killed. Son of Porcupine said to Yen, the elephant, I am the greatest hunter in the land, and these are my hunters. But the land is barren and empty of life. We can no longer hunt for food to feed our tribe. We need a new source of food. And Elephant Yen said to Son of Porcupine, You have started on a path at the end of which you will die. Nonetheless, I shall aid you in whichever way I can. For the true your death, your people will become stronger and more numerous than ever before. Take these seeds and bury them in the earth. Then wait for 3 days and return to the same spot. And son of Porcupine took the seeds and buried them deep. He and other hunters waited for 3 days, and on the morning of the third day, they found that the whole valley had turned into a resplendent field of grain. There was more food in one place than they had ever seen before. Son of Porcupine and his tribe began to harvest the grain, and more tribes arrived from near and far to help with the harvest and share the food. They stopped traveling around in search of food and instead built their huts. They stopped traveling around in search of food and instead built their huts in the valley and along the river, and on the 7th day Son of Porcupine became a king. But on the 12th day, other people arrived in the valley, and they did not come for the food. They sought the source of the food, which they perceived to be the power of the king son of Porcupine. The invaders were envious of this power and wanted to seize it. And then Son of Porcupine said to Yen, the elephant, I am the king of this valley, and these are my people. But other people desire my power, and in envy seek to destroy what I have created. We can no longer travel to avoid fights because our homes and lives are dependent on these fields of grain. And Elephant Yen replied, I warned you that suffering would come to you, Son of Porcupine, but on the other side of suffering lies strength. That is very facts. Take these rocks and place them in a circle around the valley, then wait for 3 days. Rocks? What could he be doing with rocks? And Son of Porcupine placed the rocks in a circle around the valley and waited for 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the valley and all of the huts and houses had been surrounded by a sturdy stone wall and had become a city. The city was called Uruk. And on the 15th day, the hunters became warriors. Were they prepared to a war? I was kind of feeling that the wall would keep them far from the other people. It is a war. The invaders lined up outside the walls of Uruk ready to do battle, so now this is like the Lord of the Rings. Son of Porcupine stood atop of the city wall with his fearsome bow, forced to protect a livelihood that could not be moved, a livelihood that had transformed from sustenance into wealth, and thus attracted envy. A spear thrown by the envious invader sailed through the air. It was a spear of hatred and greed, seeking the wealth hidden inside the city walls. And the spear of hatred found its way to the heart of Son of Porcupine, who fell from his position on the wall. The blood of his veins flowed forth and surrounded the city like a water-filled moat. and the invaders were held off. The people of the city of Uruk lived lives of richness and resplendence. Seriously, how could that happen? This sounds terrifying. This went from the Lord of the Rings to like Neon Genesis Evangelion with like the last paragraph. You see how I was saying that some of these stories were very tragic and bittersweet? This one, for example, it was good that the people of Uruk were safe again, but Son of Porcupine had to sacrifice himself for them to get that. Well, let's go to the last story. Onegra. My name is Babur Zeb of Zirno, and I have devoted my life to the study of elephant lore. Wait, but if he was studying elephant lore, it means that the elephants are even older than 20,000 years. A few generations before my birth was the era of elephant Gaia. And then that connects to Gaia Sonnet. And we are now patiently waiting for the next elephant. Could Gaia be the first elephant? Maybe she was. Because they had a statue of Gaia, wasn't it? In Nightingale City, I think. Whoever it may be. In the earliest of human history, mankind lived. No, never mind. In the earliest. No, it is lived. I think I said it right. In the earliest of human history, mankind lived as hunter gatherers, moving across large areas of wilderness and subsisting on whatever food they managed to hunt down or pluck from trees and bushes. We call this period the Stone Age, because this was before mankind had started using metal tools and crafted their utensils out of stone. It would not be until much later, in the era of Elephant Yen. How How did they know about Yan? Never mind, maybe I'm very confused, but like maybe Yan was the elephant before Gaia, but the myth of Yan and Uruk were, or it was only revealed 10,000 years ago. It makes no sense to me. How would they figure all of this out so long after they already knew Elephant Yan at least? But it kinda says that it wouldn't be until much later in the era of Elephant Yan that humans began living in cities, cultivating land, and using metal tools. Yeah, which was the disaster of the son of the porcupine. How did they know that in the past? This is the time of Elephant Agra, the All Mother, the very first elephant we know of. She came to aid mankind and live among them as a guide and mentor. We have absolutely no written record from this age. Indeed, it seems humans had not developed the art of writing at this point. Instead, we must rely exclusively on the oral tradition and what few archaeological artifacts we have managed to find, such as cave paintings and small trinkets carved in stone. Thus, we know very little of the life of and deeds of Elephant Agra. She seems to have been recognized as some form of deity or supernatural spirit, and she seems to have covered an astounding distance by foot as she traveled across the world, often followed by various tribes and communities of early humans. Evidence suggests that it was Agra, the All-Mother, who first taught mankind how to create and use fire. Her pilgrim caravan across the continents may in large part have been to spread this archaic technology to far-flung tribes and communities. As we can see, the relationship between human and elephant goes back for a long, long time. One would even be tempted to suggest that without elephants taking an interest in our development and flourishing, it is unlikely that we would have ever been able to rise to the level of cultural and civilizational sophistication that we see today. We may have been forever destined to roam the earth in packs, eating berries, roots, and nuts, and freeze in the cold winters, both for the gift of fire and for the beginning of a long chain of future elephants. We have a lot to be thankful to the All Mother for. It must be noted, however, that there may have been several elephants before Agra? There may have been elephants in this world before humankind ever existed. It is impossible for us to know. It is impossible for them to know because the elephants come from the skies. It comes from space. So they don't know what happens in space. That's very interesting because it sounds like you could even make a metaphor between the elephants and the universe mysteries, like the Big Bang or something, or what lies in the universe that the humans don't know. But the elephants kinda come here from time to time to share their knowledge with us. Where are the aliens to come here as well and share their knowledge with us? Okay, but we did it. We read everything. Not sure how those stories will reflect on Yono, but I don't know. I think Yono will just do what he can do to help people out, even if it is something very simple. For example, some of those elephants were helping people by just having deep dialogues. Oh yeah, this is Gaia, isn't it? Oh. No, this is Ronin. He was the ignorant sage, and he is depicted contemplating with his eyes closed, holding the whole planet Earth in his palm. Why is he ignorant? Oh yeah, because he didn't know the answer regarding happiness, wasn't it? That he used to be sitting there waiting for people to share with him what they think of happiness. I see. But alright, we read all of that, we got to some crazy topics going on. Let's move on back to Freehaven and then solve the puzzle in there. There are still puzzles in here. Should I investigate these puzzles? Find a crystal ball and give it to Madame Maximel. I can go talk to her again, but I haven't found her crystal ball. I think she lives down here, isn't it? Wait, isn't that her crystal ball? No, this is Pompadour. Oh yeah, it was something around the lines of a trading side quest. We had to give Pompadour an artifact of a monkey, wasn't it? Yeah, a paw of a monkey, an old and dusty artifact. And then by giving it to her, she probably will give us the crystal ball. I should write this down. Yeah, these two side quests are connected right here. But I also suspect that the third side quest that I have on my notes is also connected to this, because it is the room that has a puzzle and it has like a lever in a cage that I don't know how to access it. And maybe inside of that room I can find this monkey artifact because it might be connected to the castle as well. And then with the monkey artifact, I can get the crystal ball, and then I solve the 3 puzzles at once, So I should try understanding how can I get to that door. I was thinking that it was something in the castle. I will go back to the castle very briefly. What if there is something that I haven't noticed in there? But maybe it's going to be late game stuff too, because in case the queen starts fighting Freehaven, maybe the castle will become a dungeon at some point, and then we would be able to go to that one room. But at the same time, this game doesn't seem to have some very complex side quests. So if they are presenting this side quest to me, it kind of sounds a little bit like it can be solved already. I doubt I will find something in the castle, but I will double check it. First I should check the room and really see if it makes sense for me to think that it is close to the castle. Have I gotten more health tokens? Maybe I have. No, I don't. Okay. This is Gaia? No, this was Naga. Okay. The previous elephant. The one with the flowers, right? I like how her ears look like a butterfly. I really like this game soundtrack. This room, right? All I know is that there is a door. I need to think where that door could be from. There is nothing here. This is the queen, this is Sandara's mom. Find our missing princess. She's Queen Saintaria. I'm on it, your highness. I mean, we found her, but we are not telling her. Yeah, the castle is not the answer for that. There is nothing else. It could be a completely different area that connects to that room. But there isn't anything else I haven't seen in here, like... Could it be the train station? I can only think of the train station. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm tired. The best thing I have done, by the way, really was playing Theater Rhythm yesterday and saving this for tonight. I would not be able to play Theater Rhythm today. Oh yeah, this is the pirate's room. Then in here we have the Bone White room, right? The one that played the organ. I have been here, right? What does this say? Looking for the key? Sewer Warden Mr. Swampy. We have been here, yeah. Yeah, now I'm very like curious to understand this puzzle because what if I continue the playthrough and then I still don't find the connected door to that one? Because I was kind of hoping that progression would lead me to that door somehow, but maybe it's not that. Maybe the answer is already somewhere. This is the train station? No, this is the Temple of the Elephants. Never mind, it is the tavern. Yeah, I remember that later. It's an honor to have you in the kingdom. Let me offer you a mug of warm milk to restore your strength. I think there are no secret doors in here. Last time, I believe I was comparing this game and Super Mario RPG, right? I really think deep down this game drank something from Super Mario RPG when they were developing this, because the colors, even the furniture from the inside of this tavern, for example, and also the other houses, it looks a lot like in Mario RPG. It's like I see the things in common they have, but of course they are still different. But I see the similarities so much. And I think it is because of the freaking isometric angle of this. It looks like Mario RPG graphics, but like a little bit bigger because of this world having humans and elephants, not like toads and Mario characters. Even this city feels like Mushroom Kingdom to me. The castle did look a little bit like as well the castle from Mushroom Kingdom. I'm sure like there won't be interviews with the developers of this game or something, and then they would be saying, oh yes, we were inspired by classics such as Super Mario RPG. I doubt it, but I really see it. What's up, Piero? What's up? I mean, I said that 2 times, right? What's up, man? Now 3 times. Would I have been here earlier, but a pile of dirty dishes were calling your name? Don't worry about that. I hope you were able to do all of them. I'm very tired, though. You could already notice that by the way I responded to you, right? Hence why I'm playing this game. I wanted to play something very chill, because otherwise I wouldn't have energy for anything else. So I'm here doing small bits of progression. I did read the lore of all of the ancient books we found, and during that reading I kinda even got into like some life topics, even mine, but also from the game itself. This game has some depth, by the way. Of course, it doesn't go deep into anything in particular, but it has the initiative. So basically, if you wanna start, you know, going on a tangent and like thinking a lot over some of its ideas, you can. And today I was doing that. The last stream of this I was also doing that. So I appreciate this game for like bringing some, you know, freshness for you to like be thinking or be talking about your own life experience, but also what is happening on this world for you to analyze and compare it to your life. Yeah, it's been surprising regarding that matter because I was thinking this game could have been more empty. And like I said, if you want, this game could not be shallow. It can allow you to go deep into some ideas and thoughts. It is very satisfying to clear the sync. I did that today's Saturday, right? I think I did that on Thursday. Yes, I did have to wash my dishes too. Even when I know tomorrow when I get up it will be full again. But it's getting full again for good reasons because you have been cooking, right? What have you cooked tonight? Tonight I went to the anime event. I will actually save the game and talk to you a little bit about how was the anime event. That's actually continuing tomorrow because I also have things to show you. Let's do that a little bit. Also, I hope this wakes me up a little bit because I'm also getting tired. But let me show you the things I got from there. I believe you like what you see. I wonder if you were here when I was talking about the things I was planning to do in the event already. Maybe it won't be a surprise because I spoiled this before, but I'll show that to you. Alright, so the first thing I got was something from Pokemon Go. The Pokemon Go community of my city were invited to be there in the event because they had all sorts of anime things, gaming things, cosplayers. They even had voice actors, and one of the most famous Brazilian voice actors was there. So like it was super crazy to see the crowds running after him and getting into the queues. You know, the queues were huge, they were massive. All of them wanted to really meet this voice actor from Brazil. From his characters that he dubbed, I can remember Mewtwo from the first movie of Pokemon. He also was the voice of Cosmo from the, how is it called in English? The Fair Tale Godfathers or something? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I heard of it before. Let me Google it very quickly. The It's a cartoon, right? How is that in English? Odd Parents. No, it's the Fairly Odd Parents. There we go. I knew fair. No, but it's fairly, right? Not really fairy. Never mind. I got the name wrong. Yeah, the Fairly Odd Parents Cosmo voice actor was there as well. He has a very wait. Oh, there we go. Let me take the audio off of the game while I'll talk. He had a very low voice, like a deep voice. So most of his characters were of, I don't know, a strong impact in their voices. Maybe I should say low pitched voice. There we go. So Mewtwo, he also dubbed Batman and I think Superman from the anime, or maybe I should say the cartoon, right? The cartoon of Superman in the back in the day. He was the voice actor of Marvin from the Looney Tunes as well. Anyway, some very famous and popular characters. To be honest, I can't say that most of those characters were a big part of my life because I didn't use to watch the Fairly Odd Parents. I know what it is, but I didn't use it to watch it. Mewtwo was the closest to me, and also a little bit of Marvin. But Batman and Superman, I have never been a big superhero guy, so my favorites are the X-Men and Spider-Man. So all of the other ones, I kind of maybe the Flash as well. I enjoyed watching the Flash show, the series, but yes, I was not as hyped as everyone else was. But I do know how this voice actor is big here in Brazil. Like his voice is very well known. Like it's easy to recognize his voice. I actually think he also dubbed someone in Yu Yu Hakusho that I have been watching now. I think it was the villain Toguro or Toguro. I can still need to confirm that information, but I also think he is in the show in Yu Yu Hakusho. So yeah, he's like a very important voice actor. But the thing from Pokemon Go that I got was this. I got the pin that has freaking Pikachu wearing Tanjiro's clothing. I don't remember right now if you watched Demon Slayer. Maybe you have already watched it. But he's so cute, right? With the freaking clothing of Tanjiro and the scar on his forehead as well. Last year, the Pokemon Go community was also invited to that, and the pin we got was from Naruto. Yeah, it's Pikachu wearing Naruto's costume, pretty much. One day I will bring it to show it to you. It's actually on my shelf, but I'm kind of lazy to get it right now. I will save it for another moment then. But the other thing that I went there for this, right? I was like at the door of the event before it was open because I went there planning to get this and I did it. And tomorrow I'll be back there to get the last one. So first of all, in September they also had an anime event in the same place, but it was a smaller one. The one from this weekend is the biggest of the city in the year. And I got this, right? I think I showed, I don't know if you saw it before, but I showed it before on stream. This 3D printed Bulbasaur. Since you love like the 3D modelings and things, have you ever been into 3D printing? Because after knowing the people that work with 3D printing here in the city and how amazing those Pokemon they have came up with look like, I really started like looking at that with closer eyes. Like I started to become more interested even. And this Bulbasaur was 3D printed. He was all grayish thanks to the material they used. And then it was my job to paint him. So I painted him myself like this. It took me more than an hour to do it. And the one Pokemon from today also took me more than an hour to finish him. But it was my favorite starter of all. Do you know who's my favorite starter, Piero? I wonder if you already know it. It's easy kinda to guess it. I think you probably know it. I put my VTuber into Unity today. Let's go. You have been testing it then, and I successfully created what is called a prefab, a good milestone. I know that soon enough it's going to be ready, and then you'll be able to use your VTube avatar on your streams. It has been so long since I watched Very Odd Parents. I never really followed that show. I know people love it, but I never really followed that. Thinking back, I bet it was a cute show. Yeah, I think it was around the lines of SpongeBob in a way, maybe even in the humor of it. But for some reason, I never really watched it. And then you have been watching the original. Oh, you have been watching the original Pokemon series? Nice. You are on season 2, The Orange Islands. It is, is it your first time watching it, by the way? I'm guessing it is, right? So I need to be careful to not spoil you on anything. Yes, I have the feeling it's your first time watching it. Jesse and James are your favorite villains ever. I especially like the episodes where they show their soft hearts. And you know what is the most painful thing ever? Is when they show their soft hearts and they still get hit by life hard. You know, they never have like a good ending pretty much. So it's funny now to think about that because if you think how they get punished by life in a way, you can kind of understand why they become villains. But at the same time, when they open themselves to like be good, then they still get hit hard by life. You know, I never thought about how that makes sense now to me. I know I'm going too far into this because, of course, playing Yono and its crazy reflections made me reflective tonight too. But isn't it interesting how they, in a way, feel like very like real villains, as they, I don't know, they have reasons to do what they do, but also if they were not villains, they still have a life of struggle, and normally that's how real life is. Like it's full of struggle with like things hardly go right. In general speaking, I now respect them more even. For having this talk with you tonight. I can see them being greater villains because of that. But I always loved how they tried to become better people when they realized that the problem they were facing was very serious. Like I can see that a lot, especially in the Pokemon movies. I'm not sure if you will jump into the Pokemon movies one day, but yeah, in the Pokemon movies, normally they try to help the protagonist, right? Because the situation with the legendary Pokemon is always critical, and somebody needs to do something to stop them or something. They could be maybe planning to steal them or to bring them to Giovanni or something, but it kind of always end up of them helping them out or something. I do respect them for at least trying to help out, even if they still normally can't be effective into the way they try to help the protagonist, or how they get punished by, trying to do something. Yeah, it's kind of, it hits hard because it is kind of like real life in a way. But it's great that you are watching Pokemon. I was very curious, by the way, to know which animes you have been watching, because I know that you sometimes you like to try some different anime, some animes I have never heard of, and it's good to like get recommendations of, underrated and unknown animes as well. You made a model for someone to 3D print once. That's amazing. So you know how to do some modeling for them? I haven't seen them around. I promised to make them another one, but got busy and forgot. Didn't see them around again since. I'm going to guess Torchic. Oh, that's your favorite? I think it's one of the first times that someone tells me that Torchic is their favorite initial or starter, right? But actually, no. My favorite is this guy right here. Yeah, it's a squirrel. Look at him. I was so happy that I could make a good one. Look at his happy face. I painted that happy face. I wish you could see his eyes because my camera, my webcam sucks, right? I will post pictures on Discord later. Yeah. My only complaint about him is his belly. Yeah, like his belly is not very perfect, and I'll tell you why. But I still like him overall. Like it was a very good take on Squirrel, and his pose is great. Like I freaking love him. I'm so happy. And then tomorrow I'm after Charizard. Sorry, Charmander. Charizard would be massive, right? Although they were with a raffle for Metagross, because today is the day that Pokemon Go had the Mega Metagross Day event. It was the debut of Mega Metagross, so they were with a raffle of a 3D printed Metagross. I did not win the raffle, unfortunately, but it was definitely bigger than this Squirrel. But the thing is that it took even longer for me to finish the Squirrel than Bulbasaur, because when I was almost finishing this squirrel, the instructor of the place, which was a very nice guy, by the way, you know how people could choose to not try to really help the people that are there practicing something, because I was there practicing my painting, even though I'm not a painter at all. Like I'm there trying my hardest, but I don't know the techniques or like how to do things very well, especially I don't know with like paint brushes and things. I never use those. So I was doing my hardest patiently. That's why it took forever, because I had to correct my mistakes and all. But the guy was very, how is the word for this in English? When someone is having the initiative to help. Is that a word for that in English, Piero? Like proactive? Maybe he was very proactive into helping and paying attention to what people were doing, Proactive, there we go. The Squirrel Squad, definitely. And now that you said that, I did post something earlier today before starting the stream that had a Pokemon Go gym that has pretty much the Squirrel Squad and the Pikachu Squad into the gym. And then I thought it was a very wholesome picture. It's simple, but it was kind of beautiful for me to see that six people were able to convey that idea in the Pokemon gym. It was like the evolution line of the Squirrel wearing the sunglasses, and also the evolution line starting with Pichu of the Pikachu with like sunglasses too. They pretty much placed six Pokemon with sunglasses in a Pokemon gym. I was like, that's awesome. They were able to really get that idea going on. But Squirrel is my favorite, yeah. I love his design and also his charisma. And I do like water types a lot as well. Is fire type your favorite by any chance? But the thing is that after I was finishing my squirrel, this proactive instructor came to me and he was saying, "Oh, good job, it's looking amazing." And then he was like, "Would you like to add a twist and try to even improve his design a little bit more, like make your painting even better or something?" And then that's when he was teaching me a little bit the basics of shadowing. And then he wanted me to try adding shadows to my squirrel. The thing is that the shadows that I tried to do in his belly did not work out very greatly, right? So I ended up only painting the marks of his shell that you can see that has a darker color, because the shadows didn't work very well in his belly. I couldn't get to the right color. I don't know, it was getting stained in a way. It wasn't too good, but it worked greatly on his back shell. Can you see a darker red? That darker red gave his red shell some metallic looks, and I freaking like that. Probably tomorrow when I'm going after Charmander, I may need to try shadowing again because of his fire, right? There was a guy today that did a great job in a Cyndaquil that I was like, how could he paint the fire of Cyndaquil so good? And then tomorrow I'll see how can I do that. Yeah. I hope also it will be a somewhat easy Pokemon. The hardest one so far was definitely Bulbasaur, because Bulbasaur I had to paint like under his belly or under his head. So I had to like fit the pencil brush under there without seeing things very well. So it was very challenging to like paint under his head, like his belly. But I did it. So Charmander, I'm hoping he'll be easier, but maybe his flames will be my challenge. But these 3D printing models are amazing. You just need to go there. They give one of them for free. I could even try to paint two if I wanted, but when I returned there, they were already closing the the activity, right? The event. So unfortunately, I could not get my third one today and maybe go after Pikachu tomorrow. I forgot to mention they had the Kanto starters, Pikachu, and the Johto starters. So unfortunately, they didn't have Torchic. But I'm hoping that in the future, because they have been showing up there for all of these events to promote their 3D printing courses and also products, they were selling the legendary birds from Kanto 3D models as well, like Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. And also they had a Lugia too. Yeah, they were selling those products. So I'm hoping they bring some other Pokemon in the future. And if not, then I will try starting the Johto starters too, and also Pikachu. So you were going to guess Torchic because it's the best one. Do you have any background to why Torchic is your favorite? Is it because you used to like playing Pokemon Ruby Sapphire? Was it your first Pokemon game, maybe? Or maybe I don't know. You like the fire types, or maybe Blaziken. You like him. You watched it as a kid, but I didn't understand anything. So you are now getting the memories from your childhood. I think the Orange Islands are a very fun season actually. They definitely are full of fillers and things, but I like the energy of that season. The episodes are very lively in my opinion, especially the episodes that he has the challenges or the trials against the leaders, right? I think it is a very good season to prepare you for the great adventure that's Johto that's coming up next. It's like a good intermission with some very cozy and good vibes episodes, in my opinion. There was an episode I recently watched called Go West Young Meowth. Oh, I know which episode is that one. It's the episode that shows you how Meowth learned how to speak, right? Yes, it told you Meowth's backstory. You see, it's so damn real, isn't it? they are such real characters. You loved every second of it. My favorite type is Bug. I respect you a lot for that. I have only met one person in my life that had Bug as their favorite type, and I'll tell you, that guy was rough into like Pokemon knowledge or like into being a very good trainer. Because I think that if you are going to pick a Pokemon type that has many weaknesses, then you gotta be like very knowledgeable in the game for you to come up with teams and use your favorite Pokemon in your teams. I relate to that a little bit because my second favorite type is Ice. And together with Bug, Ice is one of the types that have a lot of weaknesses too, right? And they are pretty much, I don't know, glass cannons because their attacks are also very powerful, but they have so many weaknesses. So I have a lot of respect for you, Piero, for picking bug types because they do deserve more love for sure. There are some bug types that are great, but it's also pretty challenging for you to like create great bug type teams, and it's very rewarding when you can really see them working out into the, I don't know, the normal plot of the games, like the career mode of the games, or in the PvP as well against other players. I used to do that with like underrated Pokemon that I liked. Maybe my best example is Furret. Furret is my favorite normal type, and I used to have a Furret in my Pokemon Y team, and I loved how he was very wait, he used to be a big surprise to everyone because nobody knew what to expect from him. So I used to get everyone off guard with his amazing moves with like Trick and locking the opponents with an item that they didn't want to have, or using Super Fang to drop their freaking health into half, and U-turn as well to swap my Furret, and also Sucker Punch to act first. So my Furret was like a box of mysteries, right? It was like so fun to use that Pokemon in the PvP. Then you also like ghost types. My favorite type is Dark, then my second favorite is Ice, and my third favorite is Water. Yeah, those are my favorite types. My three least favorite types are, but without an order, they are Fire, Steel, and Fighting. But then today I don't know which one is my least favorite and which order they really go. Maybe I could say that I have been learning how to like Steel types a little bit more, but then fighting types it's still a struggle, and fire types there are some exceptions. I, for example, love Cyndaquil from Gen 2. I like Infernape as well. Yeah, there are some fire types that I can like too, but in general, I normally go for other types instead. Torchic is just an exception. I don't like. Oh, you don't even like its evolutions too much, but they are okay. You mean Combos can and Blaziken. Generation 3 wasn't your first Pokemon, but it was the first Pokemon I remember well, so it became your favorite. I used Mudkip as your first starter, then now I just like Torchic design a lot. I see. Did you know by the way that there is a slight difference between the male Torchic and the female Torchic? I wish I could point it out to you, but it is something very like, very tiny in difference. It's almost not noticeable. It's very crazy. I have the feeling it has something to do about their tails, if I'm not mistaken. I would need to check that out, but fun fact to you, I know there is a difference. It is one of those dumb differences between Pokemon genders, that they are like nothing changed, but there is a difference pretty much. That's a fun fact to you about Torchic that I can remember. But yeah, the event today was very great. But I kind of wish that I had more time to enjoy the event itself because you know when you kind of feel like the day runs by or like it flies by. That's how I felt today. I felt like time flew by and then I was like, really? But I didn't do this that I wanted to do more or something. I could do a little bit of everything, but I wanted to invest more time into everything, pretty much. But in the end, I also spent time in queues for me to especially have lunch because I was like, if I leave the event, it will take forever for me to go back to it because I could go to the mall and then eat at the mall and return. But instead, I decided to take the queue in the event to get a free box of noodles. And by the way, the noodles were delicious. They were giving free noodles to everyone because the noodles company or brand was sponsoring the event. They had many flavors. They had vegetables, which was the one that I got. They had curry. They had nacho cheese. They had seafood, and they had one that was meat based as well. The nacho cheese one was very smelly, so I think it was some. It could have been something good. Maybe I try it tomorrow. I'm thinking about it tomorrow. But the vegetable one that I got was I was hungry, right? So maybe that also helps it for me to enjoy it more. But the noodles were very delicious, especially when it's for free, right? Anything that comes for free has a special taste to it too. But yeah, I was taking the kills and then playing Pokemon Go for Mega Metagross. I wish I could be doing more painting. So thank goodness I went there very early. I wish I had played more of Mario Kart Live. Do you know Mario Kart Live? It's the one that you kind of pretty much build the racing track in your room or in an open place, and then it uses a camera to get your room and it shows it on your TV, and then you have all of the Mario Kart action going on the TV while you see the remote controlled cart doing its track on the floor. I have been practicing that game every time I go to these events. Today, unfortunately, I got there late, and I feel extra bad because I already know the guy that organizes that game for how many repeated times I have been there playing. So it was super funny because I got there as the event started, but I told him that I would come back later. Unfortunately, when I came back, he was not there anymore. It was maybe too late for me to meet him, and sadly, he said that he wouldn't be there tomorrow. It would be another person. So I felt like I left him. How can I say this in English? I left him disappointed pretty much because I told him I would come back, and he kind of, yeah, come back, no, no, no. And he even knew my name, which was very surprising. He remembered my name from the other event that happened in September because he was taking notes to like get everyone names so the order that people could play were there in the notes, and then he surprisingly remembered my name. Like I did not say him my name today. So that's crazy. He pretty much remembered me a lot then. So that's nice. Then I will be enjoying to play his game a lot too. Like I will be there feeling like I'm at home, right? Very nice guy, by the way. But yeah, and then I went once I went there, I couldn't get his help like to play and reach the first place because that's my objective. Mario Kart Live, I want to get a first place in those races because they are hard. But also, the mode they were going when I returned was the time trial mode, so it was not really a race. But hey, at least I left there a new record. Yeah, my race was a new record one. So good luck, people. I wanna see who beats me in Mario Kart Live now. Let's go. But yeah, the event was that, and then in the end there was a concert with like an orchestra, and it was also very surprising because I did not expect the songs they played in there. It did remind me a lot of when I went to the Video Games Live. I'm not sure, Piero, if you have ever heard of the Video Games Live. They are definitely a concert or orchestrated band that travel around many countries, but also the US, or maybe especially the US. and I have been to their concert. Iskapluni has been to their concert as well. I learned that in one of these talks. And we both have the CD, right, that has like a compilation of their songs. But it reminded me a lot of that because some of the medleys they played were like the ones from Video Games Live. A Sonic medley, the Mario Brothers medley, and also this one was very surprising, Top Gear. Top Gear is a racing game for the SMS that's very strong in Brazil. Together with like Mario Kart for the SNS, Top Gear is the other racing game that everyone played as kids. And the soundtrack of Top Gear is fantastic. I wonder if you haven't heard of that game, but I will understand if not because it is a Brazilian thing pretty much. But the Video Games Live concerts, they are not Brazilians. This concert from today are of Brazilians. But Video Games Live knew that Top Gear was so important to us that in one of their trips to Brazil, they played Top Gear on piano, and it was something magical. So hearing that again in an orchestra out of nowhere, like because I was not ready for anything they played, it was beautiful too. Like it made me very happy. And then they played some other tracks of other games. They played Street Fighter, the Hadouken's theme. I didn't know Hadouken had a music behind it. They played Mortal Kombat, of course. Um, they played Skyrim. I wonder if you have played Skyrim. They played a song of Skyrim. I have never played Skyrim, by the way. It's not my game. But it's funny that for that song, they were asking for the crowds to do a certain scream that seemed to be related to the game. Something about the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn can fight the dragons that are getting resurrected in that universe. And it seems like in the game there will be a way for him to activate his dragon blood to face the dragons. And in order for them to activate the dragon blood, I will make you the song or like the scream that we were doing in the concert. But I need to be careful because maybe this will sound loud, so I think I will take some steps back. Hopefully this is better for the mic. But they were asking for us to do hoo ha hoo ha. So it was so awesome to hear the whole theater like screaming for real, like put your voice out, no ha. When was the last time you sent like a crazy loud ha, Piero? Because to me it was today, man. It was amazing to like release that energy. Even though I never heard the soundtrack of Skyrim, I never played Skyrim, but it was super fun to like scream that with the other people in the theater. Then they played a song from this other game, Gears of War 2. It is also not my game, and I was surprised by it because I think that normally people would not select that game to include in their concerts, right? But it was a very good song. And it's funny because something interesting happened when they were playing that song. Like I said, I never played that song, so I have no idea what was the context of when that song plays. But from what the song made me feel, I imagined some ending vibes, like some conclusion of the game vibes. And it's funny how I could even start picturing what could be happening with that song. It is so hard to explain, but as the song was being played, I was having images on my mind trying to create what I think was going on, if that makes any sense. And I could think of like the results of the end of a war, because the name of the game is Gears of War, right? And like some sadness, some devastated lands, some bodies on the ground. I was picturing all of that in my mind, even though I have never seen that game before. So I was impressed by that. I can't say that it's every song that could make you feel like that. Yeah, I was very immersed into that one track. They also played a song from League of Legends. I don't play League of Legends, so I didn't know that song either. Something very funny happened too because the people in the production, they were lately deciding to add videos of the games on screen, because for the beginning songs, they didn't show anything in the background of like the concert, but later on they started showing clips from the games they were playing the songs. But the person behind that, imagine someone that picks the worst videos ever, that sometimes don't really connect to the franchise at all. The best example was when they swapped into anime tracks. They were playing some anime songs, and Pokemon, they were showing a video. I couldn't take them seriously. They were showing a video of AI 3D models of the Kanto Pokemon that were not the cartoons. So some of them were terrifying, like a real looking like Charmeleon, a real looking like Kakuna and Metapod, while they were doing such a, whimsical Pokemon opening that's classic and so memorable, but in the back of them, horri- horrifying real life looking Pokemon are being revealed. I was like, holy shit, why the person in the video settings decided to play this one YouTube video of like these characters? Why not show the cartoon, Piero, it was so like wrong to see those images while they were playing the. I know for sure that the orchestra wouldn't have make that decision, but whoever was in charge of the video selection, they picked the worst videos to show during the songs. It was better without the videos, I think. But in the anime section, they played Pokemon, they played Dragon Ball Medley, which made me realize that I need to practice my lyrics in anime opening, because I was there singing. I think I was one of the most enthusiasts into like singing during the concert. And then there was somebody behind me to kind of singing together, so I was very happy with that person. I was like supporting them, like, let's sing together, yes, we got this. But the thing is that I need to remember the lyrics, so sometimes I got lost, like maybe I don't know those songs as much as I thought, and I surely don't. For example, the first Dragon Ball opening, the first of all, the original Dragon Ball before Z, I could only remember the first part of the chorus in Portuguese, of course. So, it made me kind of think about I should practice some more lyrics, so when we have those concerts, I don't be embarrassed by like singing things wrong. I didn't care. The woman that was next to me, she sounded very friendly too. I think she was kind of happy that I was trying to sing the songs, because the musicians wanted us to participate. They wanted us to sing if we knew the lyrics, but at the same time they were old songs, so I knew just parts of them sometimes. But they had Dragon Ball Medley, they had Sword Art Online, but it's an anime that I have never watched. The song was beautiful though, I did like that song. They played Naruto's sad song. Imagine Naruto's sad song on flute and orchestra. It was the right choice. I was very happy they picked that one Naruto song. The tururu, tururu. Yeah, that song, Pierre. I don't know if you have watched Naruto. I'm guessing you have, or at least you know that song. It's like a meme, even. Like, there are many videos on social media of like sad moments, and then that song plays. They played. They had like a medley of old anime that I loved too, which was Senseiya and Yu Yu Hakusho, that I have been rewatching at the moment. You were rewatching Pokemon. I have been rewatching Yu Yu Hakusho right now. Yeah, it's been very good. And they also had a medley of Cardcaptor Sakura, Sailor Moon, Dragon Quest, and also Shurato. Shurato is an anime that was banned in many countries, which is very sad because it has some topics on Hinduism. and like maybe some countries try to ban those, let's say, religion references of this anime, but it is a very good anime. Thankfully Brazil did not ban that anime, and I could enjoy it as a kid. Yeah, it was a very good anime too, and the opening of it, I freaking love it, and I know the lyrics of it, so I was screaming in it. Yeah, when they were playing the Shurato opening, I was there screaming it like crazy. And also, by the way, big shout out, not just a shout out, like huge shout out for the overall event DJ. Like when I was going from place A to place B and walking around the places, the DJ that was setting the songs to play outside of everything, that man played the Shurato opening too, so that made me super happy. But also, they played a Persona 3 battle music and a Persona 5 music last surprise. I was like, Persona! I was screaming like crazy, yes! And I was like, you never see it coming! In the middle of everyone, I don't effing care. They were playing Persona. I was not ready to hear Persona like in the middle of everything, Piero. That made my day. I went from like, I don't know, basic levels of excitement to like super high levels of excitement. I'm now, digging this event. I'm now enjoying and having the time of my life. It was magical to me to hear Persona being played. I was like, I love this DJ. Like, yes, play Persona. Anyway, it really got me off guard. I'm very happy that that happened. I'm now wishing that happens again tomorrow. Like I can get to some surprising songs that I never heard people playing before when I'm like at events. Man, they played Persona. That made me so damn happy. Persona respect, Piero. Yeah, so the event was very fun, but sadly I feel like I spent few time into everything. But the concert, yes, the concert, I watched it from start to end, and it was pretty much at the end of the event. It was the last event of the I don't know, exposition or festival, or like it was the last thing of the event pretty much. So there wasn't anything else to do. So of course I could focus on it. But it was very good, yes. And then tomorrow I hope I can get my Charmander. Pokemon Go will be less busy. They are going to hold a tournament that I probably won't join it. I'm not feeling like joining it. I think I use that time of the tournament to go play video games. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did play some video games too. I went there to try playing some Super Nintendo games, but I ended up playing Mortal Kombat 3 because when it was my time to play the video games, and when I was going to pick the game, right away there was a guy that came and asked if he could join me. And I was like, sure, what do you want to play? And then he wanted to play fighting games. And then by browsing things, we could get to Mortal Kombat 3, which is alright because I used to like Mortal Kombat 3 because I had Mortal Kombat 3 for my Genesis, which didn't mean that I know how to play it. But it was nostalgic still. And yes, I was playing that with him, and then he didn't know how to play very well too, so it was very fun because we both were struggling to fight, and the fights were very like fair. We you never know who could be winning until there was like this other man that showed up, and he saw we were playing Mortal Kombat 3, and then he wanted to join us too, and we got destroyed. And then when I was talking to him, I was like, "Holy shit! Could you teach us a little bit?" He annihilated us, Piero. Like he was very good. I was kind of glad that there was one round that I almost kind of beat him because I was being, as I didn't know how to play. I'm also very unpredictable, right? That's the positive thing about not knowing how to play something, because you can be unpredictable if you are lucky, of course. So I almost beat him in one of the rounds. That was enough to me. But then he revealed that he used to join tournaments of Mortal Kombat. So of course he would destroy us. But yes, I did have that throwback to Mortal Kombat as well. But the game that I wanted to play more is Bomberman. When I sat there to play Super Nintendo, I was aiming to play Bomberman, one of my favorite franchises and the favorite games of the Super Nintendo. But then the guy that joined me wanted fighting games, so I was like, sure, let's go to fighting games. But maybe tomorrow I hope that I can either go there with a friend or meet some random passerbys to play Bomberman with me. I will start by Bomberman, and then maybe someone will come and like, oh, can I play Bomberman with you? And then that's it. Then I will have fun with Bomberman. Because in September, in the event that I got the Bulbasaur, I played Bomberman with a friend at the final hours of the event, and I had so much fun because Bomberman is so underrated. Yeah, but there we go. That was my event in a nutshell. The event sounds very fun. Yes, I just felt like the day passed by very fast. And that made me sad, right? I was like, man, I still wanted to do this. I wanted to get another painting Pokemon, or like, I wanted to play more video games. I wanted to play Bomberman. I wanted to play the Mario Kart Live with like the guy that even knew my name. I don't know. I wanted to have enjoyed the things a little bit more, but I was so focused on Pokemon Go today that that took a lot of my time. The painting would be my favorite. It was super great, Piero, and it's funny that I was the first one to get there, and then together with me there was a couple, and it's funny that I think it was the first time the couple were painting, but it's my second time that I was there, right? So I kind of already knew how long it would take to me to finish a painting in those Pokemon models or in those 3D printed Pokemon, but the couple didn't know. So I was always listening them talking to each other. We are so slow, aren't we? And they were kind of complaining that it was taking them forever. So I was like, yep, you guys had no idea how long this takes, right? It's really a work of patience. I was even talking to a girl that is organizing that in there too, and then she was saying that yes, when I paint, it's like it's like a therapy, you know. You kind of forget your thoughts, you kind of get focused into this. It really is. You don't feel time passing by as well. It is such a it is also so rewarding. Like to know that I was able to paint this beautiful looking squirrel, you know, like man, it's so rewarding. It did give me work, but I feel so great, and it was great doing it too. It is an overrated hobby for sure to paint things. I can totally see I don't know why people enjoy painting and then how they can also improve their skills little by little as they practice. I can also really see like taking a painting course being super fun, especially now that the guy there tried to teach me how to add shadows to things, and then I will try that with the Charmander tomorrow. I hope it works somehow. Yeah, Piero, the painting was amazing. I will always go there, by the way. Every time this one 3D printing brand makes to those events of the city, count me in. I will try to get there early and be sure to at least leave it with one different 3D printed and painted uh, for now Pokemon items, but maybe they will create other characters in the future. AI, this will degrade our society further. Do you mean the Pokemon video they played, right? It was so bad, Piero. But what made it worse is that how the person behind the YouTube video pics didn't know how Pokemon looked like because it felt like they picked that video uh, as it was the thing, you know, like this is Pokemon, so I will play this. But like, why don't you pick the cartoon? Maybe the person has never watched Pokemon. I don't know. It was so strange. You watched Naruto and Shippuden, so you have finished Naruto. Yeah, me too. It's decent. Did you skip the fillers? I did skip all of the fillers. I think it gets worse as it goes on. The best season is definitely the Akatsuki season, but after the Akatsuki season, it started losing me. Yeah, a bit too much. Not a bit too much. A lot, right? A lot of fillers. but I skipped them all. And a pretty bad job with many side characters. Some side characters I can actually say that I did think they were some good characters still, but close to the end of Naruto, I think they couldn't really show them all in a proper way. I really didn't like the Great War of the Ninjas that was happening near the end when many characters were returning. I was like, come on, we have already seen these characters in the past. Why are they back? That was very disappointing and boring and unnecessary. But also the, let's say, final boss of Naruto, I don't know. I really wish that things went more on the Akatsuki direction. That was super interesting, super well done, but exciting and creative. I did like the friends, like those friends of Naruto. They were side characters. I'm not sure if we were talking about them, but they did get some highlights or moments here and there. Yes, I used to like his friends. Maybe the only friend that didn't get a lot of time under the spotlight was that girl. Was she called Lin Lin or something? She used to use scrolls with weapons as an attack. She's the one that never really, stood out, unfortunately. Yeah, besides her, I think the others kind of got some attention, especially Shikamaru and I forgot their names. Shikamaru, the insect guy. Probably you like the insect guy, right? Because you like bug Pokemon, but I forgot his name too. Yeah, there was the rival of Sakura too, the blonde girl. There was the dog guy that I don't remember his name. Then there is the guy that likes to eat as well, Shoji, I think. And then there is Rock Lee, and then how Hinata, right? Yeah, I think those characters got some attention, but Ling Ling didn't. But yeah, man, today was a good day. I enjoyed it, but then I wish things could have been, I don't know, time could have spared me a little bit more and not rush, so I could have enjoyed things a little bit more too. But hopefully tomorrow I can feel more satiated towards the events or the things you can do in there, because today I really left it thinking like, man, I feel like I haven't enjoyed the most of it. I had fun and I did some great things, I'm not like complaining, but I feel like I could have enjoyed the time even more. There could also be things that I won't like tomorrow too, though. um I was told that maybe a person that I'm not like, I don't connect that much with that person. That person might be there tomorrow. Then I hope that I can like, get away from that person, and I will try to do that. But yes, I hope I can do more fun things tomorrow and feel time passing more slowly. There'll be another concert tomorrow as well of a different band, but then it's not going to be the orchestra. So Naruto was the first big anime you watched. I don't know which one was the first big anime I have watched. Definitely, it was the longest before One Piece. That's for sure. You didn't understand the concept of fillers yet? Oh no, you watched the fillers? Oh no! And then the freaking flashbacks? No! I feel bad for you, Piero. You should have said that you hated Naruto because you watched the fillers, not that it was decent. Oh no, if I have watched the fillers, I would be so upset. You have not been skipping Pokemon fillers, by the way? When you get to the next season of Pokemon, in case you are going to watch Pokemon Johto, be ready because Johto has many fillers, okay? Oh yeah, speaking of art and things, this is a 3D printed elephant. Look at that. We have this artist, which is Molly. But I need to find a way to that one area. I don't know what to do there. You know what? Since I don't know how to solve the last puzzle of the city that I believe will be connected to the other things in a chain, I will go back to Freehaven and see the plot situation they prepared in there, because it is something that I can watch today for sure, or do today for sure, instead of like wandering around thinking how to solve a puzzle. I'm not sure how to solve the puzzle. Where is the train station again? The insect guy was at least unique, but he's the kind of he kind of got boring, because every fight his answer is, I'm gonna use this bug that does this thing, and the bug always does exactly what he needs. I would say that I like how he was creative. Don't you think he was a bit creative sometimes? Because using bugs to fight, like in Pokemon as well, it is a challenge. So he did fight so many different types of enemies with like all sorts of abilities, while his only ability was like bug using. So I did think that some of his solutions were kind of creative. His name was Shino, right? I remember now. I think it's going to take me forever to find the train station from this place. I know Pokemon anime gets worse over time. It not really gets. It depends. For example, since you liked playing Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, I now think you will really like the Pokemon Advance series, which is the season that goes in Hoenn. I really think you will enjoy that a lot. Especially too because, I mean, I'm not sure if you enjoyed playing the contests, but it's when the Pokemon show, it stops being only focused on the Pokemon gym, or like in the Pokemon tournament, right? It starts also showing us the contests and the competitions. And they were like a very good, refreshing thing to watch and to follow, in my opinion. Also very fun, especially because you already like Team Rocket. So when you see Team Rocket joining those contests, you are going to love it a lot too, because they are very hilarious. But everyone, I think it is a general opinion that the Diamond and Pearl season is great. It had some very good moments. And I also thought the X, Y, and Z season was also very good. Problematic, but very good. Because it was a season that things were a little bit more serious, kind of like. So I enjoyed that. There are some filler seasons too, quotation marks. For example, the how are they called? The Frontier League? Is that how it's called? The Battle Frontier or something? Hi Saber, what's up, man? We're talking about the Pokemon anime because Piero has been watching the old seasons of it. I don't remember, Subaru, up to which season have you watched the Pokemon anime back in the day? Have you watched a lot of Pokemon? Speaking of Pokemon, please let me show you the things I got today from the anime event. I was saying the other day that after I got myself my Bulbasaur that was 3D printed and then I painted him, I was very happy to do it, and with the final result, the same people that 3D printed him were there and will be there tomorrow too. So I went after the other ones I didn't have. So today I got my favorite starter, Squirrel, with his happy face and everything. And then I liked his red shell too, with some shadow effects I tried to do. And it was awesome. This was for free. You just had to go there, get a 3D printed model, you start painting, and then you keep it. By the way, I just remembered that even though some of the people that were there painting were doing a great job, like the Cyndaquil guy, the Cyndaquil guy with like the freaking flames, I think I would never be able to paint those flames that he did. So the Cyndaquil looked amazing. And then also the couple in front of me that they were patiently painting too. I actually think that the guy's Bulbasaur was better than mine because he was able to get to a better color for Bulbasaur. Like, I like the color of my Bulbasaur, don't get me wrong. But he did some mixing with like this color, this blue, right? Or kind of bluish color, with I think white. And then he got to, for example, in Yono, let me go back to Yono very quickly. You see this house's color right here? Can you see my cursor? I think you can't, right? This house right here, wait. This one, yes. You see that green? He painted his Bulbasaur that green, and I was looking at him and I was thinking, okay, that green fits Bulbasaur even better than the one that I used, because he mixed the paints, and then he got to a better result than me. So I was very impressed by his Bulbasaur, to be honest. But I just remember that there was a woman next to me that got a Totodile, and then I was not really paying too much attention to them, right? I was so focused in my Pokemon that I was very rarely looking at what the others were doing. But there was one moment that I finally looked at what the woman was doing with her Totodile. The Totodile was green, like dragon green. And then I heard she saying something like, I don't know what are the colors of this Pokemon, so I painted them the way I thought of. So I was like, holy shit, it's a freaking Godzilla now. It's a tiny Zilla, baby. So it was funny as well to kind of see some rip-off Pokemon out of everyone's works. Of course, the kids were painting their Pokemon all sorts of ways too. Another funny story was this one Pokemon Go player that's part of our community, right? Of the Pokemon players of the city. He he went there to paint a shiny Charmander, but his Charmander was black, while the shiny Charmander is like orange-like. It is lighter than the orange from the regular Charmander. I think he thought of the shiny Charizard that's black, but he ended up painting a black Charmander. Who knows, maybe one day Pokemon Company does something about regional Charmander that's black. But he did the black Charmander saying it was a shiny one, and I was like, okay. But it was very cool, but maybe more like a Digimon, like Black Wargreymon or something, which makes more sense to like that Charmander, I guess. He could have been saying that's like, oh, it's Black Agumon. Maybe we could take it, but there was also that situation. So people have been all sorts of creative with their painting too, which is kind of fun to see. There were somebody that painted them like gold or golden, which is also another very good idea. It would also resemble like an amiibo in a way if you paint them all gold. But I went for the original colors, yeah. So I could have the figures as they really are like. Then I would ask you guys a question. If you had one of those 3D models and you had to paint them differently, what would be the colors you would go for? Would you go for something like full black or full golden, maybe silver, maybe, I don't know, something like that? Would you go something like miscellaneous, like multicolored rainbow-like figure? Because people did get some crazy ideas into their painting for sure. But for a first, I will try getting them all normal colors, and maybe in the future I can try going more crazy with like, oh, let's try this combination of colors, and then I come up with a new species of Pokemon. Technically, Saburo has only watched Kanto season and also the Orange League. Yeah, Piero is watching the Orange League right now, and also the beginning of Johto. Johto gets many fillers, so maybe you could have stopped Saburo because of the fillers. It's like Johto has exaggeratedly long episodes, or maybe I should say like a large amount of episodes in between gym battles. When you look at Johto, the region, the cities are super close to each other, so there shouldn't be like, very long trips for them to get from one city to another city, but they added a lot of episodes. Not necessarily that they are bad episodes, but it does take them forever to get to the cities. And then you only watched some different episodes that were random. Was she colorblind? No, 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 I think she didn't know the Pokemon. I think she went there, oh yeah, you guys are painting something, let me paint something too. And then they gave her an alligator, and then she was like, that's the color of alligators that I know. And then she painted the Totodile like a real alligator, which was kind of interesting to see. No, 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 yeah, she was not colorblind. And they can still see value regardless of what type of color blindness they have. Yeah. Sometimes they only get some colors mistaken, right? But overall they could still see the large spectrum of colors. They could struggle, for example, between something being blue or something being green, but they could still see like something. They don't see anything, they still see the color, but it's just a color that's kind of mixed blue, mixed green or something. Yeah. It's just that I think she didn't know Totodile. And she had a Totodile to paint, so she made it like a real gator, pretty much. Piero, out of those options, and also Subaru, out of those options, which one would you pick to paint? Because the 3D models we had were Kanto starters, Johto starters, and Pikachu. I now kinda imagine a black Pikachu. I think that would be awesome, to be honest. Like Yono right here too. He could be just like Yono, like a black Pikachu with red cheeks and also ears and that detail on his tail. And then you could be the only person in the world to have like a figure of the black Pikachu. That reminds me of that one special Lugia from Pokemon XD. That's a Shadow Lugia of some sorts. I can't find the train station. Let me see if it was back here. But yeah, tomorrow, hopefully, I'm going for Charmander. So, I'm really hoping that I can do a good job. The fire, like, on his tail will be the biggest challenge. Also, the eyes. Painting eyes is super hard. I was surprisingly happy with the Squirtle eyes, but Bulbasaur eyes gave me a lot of trouble to paint them. Oh, so Saber would be between these two too, right? Bulbasaur and Squirrel. Don't worry, Subaru, one day they are going to have Firo. A 3D model of Firo. They had a Metagross though, like I was saying. Piero would go for Chikorita. One of my friends wanted to get a Chikorita, but unfortunately when we returned there, the time was too late for them. The event went up to 8 p.m, but the painting 3D modeling station was only open up to 4 p.m. They say it's because it starts to get dark, like the day starts to become dark as the sun is fading away, and then it will be hard for people to paint, right? I still think they should let it open still regardless. I have the feeling it's more like an excuse for them to like rest or something, but sure. So yeah, it was closed at 4 p.m. and we went there 4:30 p.m. So my friends that got there later than me, and then we also were busy with Pokemon Go Mega Metagross, they couldn't get their 3D printed Pokemon. One of those friends will probably be back tomorrow, so I hope that he can finally get one. But the friend that wanted Chikorita, he couldn't get the Chikorita today. Yeah, I have no idea where the train station was. So out of curiosity, because of the concert that I watched today, and they played those songs from games that I never played, have you guys, by any chance, played either Skyrim, League of Legends, Gears of War 2? Yeah, I think those were the three games they played songs from that I never played before. Have you guys ever played those games? I have the feeling no one has played them. Maybe League of Legends, but like um, Gears of War 2, I'm not sure if someone in my community uh, would ever try that game. So bro has tried League of Legends. Yeah, they played a song from it today. It was funny kinda how the public reacted to that, because when they were announcing that the next song would be League of Legends, some people were kind of upset because it is a somewhat stressful game, but other people were very happy, like, yeah, League of Legends. So we have the mixed impressions and opinions over League of Legends. But yes, I'm still kind of shocked they picked a Gears of War 2 song. Maybe even knowing that that game wouldn't be popular, you know? If they picked something from Halo, for example, I could understand, because Halo is popular even though I never played it myself. But damn, they went to Gears of War 2. Wait, could the train station be outside of the city and then I forgot about that? Yeah, Halo is more popular. In a way, I do respect their decision. I'll give you another example. In the anime section, they played Sword Art Online. I know that Sword Art Online is an anime that people watch. It's like not an unknown game. Sorry, an unknown anime. But again, I don't think it is, you know, full of fans. But I still respect that because they played something that, I don't know, introduced me to that game that I normally don't think about, or normally I don't hear people talking about it. Or that anime that I also don't hear people talking about it, and I was like, oh, okay, oh, that's the train station, there we go. So I was like, okay, now I know a little bit more about this, and the song is very good. It is a little bit like how I felt by playing some weird picks in the Final Fantasy IX theater rhythm songs. Like when they had the IFA tree theme, I was like, I cannot believe they chose this song. It's such a weird song, you know? But good weird, because I was kinda happy that I could remember that song and now pay more attention to it because I played its level. But still, I was like, it makes no sense for them to pick this song because I think it's nobody's favorite. And then I was like, how could they not pick Q's March instead of that song, for example? So it was kind of like that. I was like, wait, Gears of Wars? I was surprised. I wonder if I'm missing any other song that they played but I haven't mentioned today. I know for a fact that they wanted to play Neon Genesis Evangelion, but I was sad that it was not in their set list. They would just say that they just said that they know how to play Evangelion music, but it was not in their set list for that day, which is like a super good song. The opening of Evangelion. Oh, this is Freehaven. This one? No, this one right here. Oh no, this is Acorn Woods, never mind. It's the one next to it. What did I think about the League of Legends song? Honestly, I don't remember it anymore, how it sounded like. But I kinda liked it. But the one that surprised me the most was the Gears of War 2 song. And also the Sword Art Online song too, that I didn't know about. The other one that I also didn't know was the Skyrim song. And the fun thing about the Skyrim song was that they asked us to do the whoo, ah, so the Dragonborn could be somehow defeating the dragons. Which, by the way, I was also talking to Piero how the person behind the videos that were playing during the concert was a bad uh, person, like in picking the videos, because during the Skyrim, instead of showing like a boss battle or the dragons or something, the clip that was being aired were like of people traveling in a freaking chariot and like talking while the travel was going on super slowly. You know, it was such a weird scene. I was like, this doesn't fit the freaking song at all. Man, the freaking video, it was like an event on itself. I swear to God. Like, the song was super epic, and then the whole crowd was like, whoo, ah, because they were asking for us to go with the instruments. Meanwhile, behind them, it was like a freaking trip of a chariot, super slowly. Is that a famous scene? Do you know that, Subaru? I don't know. I don't know Skyrim though. Now I know this song at least, and then I know now that it has the dragonborn people that have the blood of dragons inside of them. But I still feel like I'm forgetting more songs that they played. They played Top Gear, Sonic, Mario, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Gears of War 2, Skyrim, League of Legends. And then they jumped into the animes, right? Sailor Moon, Cardcaptor Sakura, Dragon Quest, Shurato, Yu Yu Hakusho, Saint Seiya, Naruto. Yeah, those are the ones that I remember. You wake up in a chariot, and then the guy sitting in front of you says, "Oh, you have awakened." Okay, so maybe it was the first result in the guy's YouTube search that he was doing. Because, by the way, Subaru, the video player was not someone from the concert itself. It was probably someone in the event that knew they had like a screen behind the concert and suddenly decided to add videos of the either animes or games they were playing the songs from. Because it only started happening, by the way, like at half of the event. For Mario, Sonic, Top Gear, and the early other songs, there were no videos. For Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat 2, there were no videos being played. Neither Gears of War 2. I kinda wish they were showing more on Gears of War 2, because then I could have seen how the song connects to the game, because I was picturing it on my mind only. Which was very fun to do. Somehow the song spoke to me in a way that I could imagine a situation going on in my brain. But yeah, if I have seen the Gears of War 2 gameplay, I'm kinda almost spoiling myself. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should go to a clip on YouTube that shows the ending of it, because it really sounds like the ending song, and see what happens in the end of Gears of War 2 to see if it's any close to the picture I had on my mind of like the end of a war, a devastated land, lots of corpses, gray, lots of gray, like the smell of death. The song made it sound like it was a very dramatic and somewhat sad ending, and I was picturing all of that in my brain. Alright, we got back to Freehaven, and let's talk to them again, to Kai and Sandara. But they want us to go inside of this place because an election is being held, and the mechanic, the robots, are trying to decide if they should or not start a conflict between Freehaven and the capital, Nightingale, because they don't like the Queen's actions regarding adding taxes to them and like, I don't know, giving them hardships, you know, in general. Also having guards in their cities, like in here, to like spy on them and all of that. So the problem is that the Queen was aware of these elections, and she sent one of her special guards to invade the election. and the election is made thanks to an artificial intelligence, or like thanks to a computer. I'm still not sure what is actually this character, but maybe it is a computer that's called Hegemonicon. And then the mechanics are worried that this guard from the queen will change the results of the election to the queen's favor. So basically, they want us to go there to stop that from happening. That's how the story stopped at. So let's talk to them. Aurum was the name of the guard. Yes, he's one of the most important guards from the queen. The way Aurum sees things, a violent revolution is the only way for us mechanics to ever be free. When the rest of the people hesitate, it is the duty of a champion to push events in the direction they need to go, even if it is uncomfortable. Even it means tampering with the hegemonicon, the computer artificial intelligence that I was saying, perhaps even destroy it. Aurum will do whatever it takes to free the mechanic. But what if Aurum is wrong? A war with the humans would be devastating for the mechanic. By the way, I was in that concert that took forever to end. It was only over 8:40 p.m. or something. I normally start my streams at 7 p.m, so that's why I took forever to start this. Also because I had to take a bus to come home, and then I also was waiting for a restaurant to deliver my dinner, because I was planning to eat at the shopping mall, but that would take even longer for me to start streaming tonight. So I went back home and then I ordered food. And that was very good because I ate the Mexican beans, also known as chili beans, or just chili, right? Again. And it was a very good dinner. But then tomorrow there is a chance I might, I don't know actually. I will see how it goes, but there is a chance I could leave the event sooner because the band is going to play at 5 p.m. While the band today started their concert at 6:30 p.m. So it was like very late. Yeah, they are going to start at 5 p.m. and then maybe after the band plays there won't be anything else going on in the event, so I could leave it at 8 p.m. And then if that happens, I think I will consider going to the mall to eat there and come back home to stream. Because my lunch today was the free noodles they had there, which were delicious. But as you know, I need to eat lots of food, otherwise I remain hungry. So yeah, it just like helped me, but I was still hungry for the whole day. Let me talk to Sandara. It's my mom they are going to revolt against. The queen is a bit of a stick in the mud, but you have no idea how powerful she is, how much military force she can muster. The mechanic do not stand a chance if they attack. I wouldn't underestimate the mechanic that much. For once, I might agree with Kai that we shouldn't rush head first into trouble. I don't know, I kind of think the mechanic, even if they lose, they wouldn't lose for free, like they would still resist well against the queen. The monks have always preached non-violence, and so has all the previous elephants, Yono. I absolutely think you should care for the mechanic, but I do not think war is the solution. You have got to stop this and find another way. Also, by the way, speaking of the cosplayers I saw today, first of all, I loved how many people were, if not cosplaying, then they were with some accessories that were anime related or gaming related. But one of the cosplayers that made me the most happy, and also it was a big surprise, was that someone went there as the protagonist of Digimon 4, with like the yellow hat, the freaking red jacket, the yellow shirt with the crest on it. It was amazing. I think Saber would have liked to see that cosplayer. I'm not sure if Piero has watched Digimon that much, but I was like, it was so unexpected. There was also a couple that they were dressing like Giovanni and also Vaporeon. So the Vaporeon girl was also something that fit very well. It was like a very good way to represent Vaporeon. Very unexpected, but it did look good on her. There was a Nessa, gym leader Nessa from Sword and Shield 2. There were Stormtroopers, of course, Darth Vader. There were the Friends of One Piece, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Yeah, that trio was very fun to see as well. By the way, there were many people with like the Haikyuu jersey, right? The first one I spotted, I even spoke to them. I was like, I like your jersey. And then they were like, oh, I like yours too. So yeah, but today was like the record. I have never seen so many Haikyuu jerseys before in anime events. Maybe I should start thinking about a new new cosplay of mine, right? Because I used to be one of the few, but today I was counting them all. I was like, look, another Haikyuu jersey, another one. Most of them, of course, were with the number 10 on the back for the protagonist, Hinata. At least I have some personality here, excuse me. And then mine, if you guys have never seen that, it's number 2 to begin, which is my favorite number. But it also has Alan on the back right there. So yeah, at least I have, you know, there is a twist on my Haikyuu jersey. Digimon Frontier, yeah, it was the protagonist. I thought it was so fun to see him. Very unexpected cosplay. I did not watch the parade of the cosplayers though, because I was in the queue to get the noodles for free, and also playing Pokemon Go in that time. I also did not watch anything K-pop related. They were having that too. So this is the Manufactory. Wait, Manufactoria. Let me watch that. Wait, let me write that down here. This song already sounds like Crash Bandicoot. And it sounds like Crash Bandicoot 1. The one that I could never beat. Because it is the hardest one in my opinion. Is this for me to get water? I think it is. I get water with E, wasn't it? No. Is it control? I think it is control then, isn't it? Never mind, maybe I cannot get water from this pipe. But I can take a bath. It looks so relaxing actually to watch Yono taking that bath. I don't know, there is something good about the sound effect of the water and then the way he's like enjoying it. I can't wait for me to take a hot shower after the stream, by the way. I should rewatch Digimon Frontier 2 Subaru because I watched it in the past, but I think that the ending part of it, I was skipping episodes. Like, I probably was missing some episodes that were important. So I kind of have some memories of the beginning of the show, but the final parts of it I got kind of confused in the order of the episodes I used to watch. But I was even bringing this up the other day. The one show that I really need to finish watching is Monster Rancher / Monster Farm. I used to play Roller Coaster Tycoon while watching it in the mornings on the TV. By the way, Subber, do you know the voice actor Guilherme Briggs? Because he was in the event today. And everyone was crazy. Wait, I don't need water then, if I need to activate that, isn't it? Oh, that's the water I need then, okay. Never mind. And then even though it was super crowded to like look at him and see him and talk to him and take pictures of him, it was crazy. When I got there, the doors were still closed. It was still not open. And as soon as they opened the event at 10 a.m., everyone that was entering the event were running. They were all running to a to like a stage. And I was like, why are they running? Like the event just started. What's happening? It's because they were signing up to meet Guilherme Briggs, right? The voice actor from Brazil. And it's crazy how there was like a huge queue of people in the first 5 minutes of the doors being opened for them to have a chance to meet him. And then when it was the time for like his speech, um, the queue was also massive. Hence why me and my friends, we gave up about like, yep, we have no chances of like meeting him or seeing his speech or something, or going to the stage to watch him or something, to see him there. But thankfully, after that time, and then when the meet and greet started, he was outside. He was in that one stage that the queue in the beginning started building up. And then we could see him from distance. So I think that was good enough. And then I was hearing people saying thanks to him and also thanking the crowds, because I will still look for clips later about the event or in social media to see how that went out. But it seems like he went. Wait. It seems like he left the event very emotional, or in a very emotional state, because the love he received from the crowd was like immense or huge. So yeah, like I did see people really loving him so much, you know. I even kind of felt bad because I was even telling Piero that even though I know some of his characters that he voice acted, none of those characters really were too important to me as a kid. Besides maybe Mewtwo, he was the voice of Mewtwo in the first movie. He was also the voice of Cosmo from the Fairly Odd what again? Odd Parents, right? The Fairly Odd Parents, I think. He was also Marvin from the Looney Tunes, Batman, and Superman, I think. You know him a little more about his name? Me too. Yeah, me too. I think if the voice actor were Wendell Bezerra, then I would know more of his work because he's Goku, he's also SpongeBob here in Brazil. So yeah, but Guilherme Briggs, I know he's famous, and I know everyone also says that his voice is very easy to identify because it's very like low pitched. I do think he is in Yu Yu Hakusho too. Let me confirm that. Is he Toguro? Because then I will pay more attention to his voice. Um, Yu Yu Hakusho. Is he dubbing Toguro? Oh no, he was dubbing Suzaku, an earlier villain. Okay. Yeah, his voice is a little bit heavy, right? I see. Oh, we drained the water in here? This is looking like a Pokemon gym, by the way. I think it is the gym of Sinnoh, the water gym of Crasher Wake. Is that a secret? Oh, pff. I was going to check if that corner had a secret. Well, elephants cannot swim in here. I mean, that makes lots of sense. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Remember when I said that I love the mechanic? I think I have new reasons to love them. Favorite area spotted. They have an urn factory. How beautiful is this? Earn the game, earn everything. Now, I was already Team Mechanic. Even since like the first city when they showed themselves. After seeing this, if they need my backup to fight the queen, I will destroy the queen. I don't care if Sandara becomes an orphan anymore. I'm whole Team Mechanic. Let's go, like hashtag Daft Punk in here. Let's go robots. Did you by any chance, Subaru, sing the Daft Punk thing that they had on Fortnite? A friend of mine was even talking about Fortnite today because I was telling them that I was playing Theater Rhythm and I was enjoying it a lot. And then he was telling me that it seems like Fortnite has a rhythm game, a free rhythm game to be played on it. Have you guys ever seen it? And then he was telling me, oh yeah, you should get Fortnite for free and just try the rhythm game it has, not really the Battle Royale stuff. I had no idea Fortnite had a rhythm game. Oh yeah, for me to talk to them, I need to press this button. Good day, Mr. Elephant. I could only break the big jar. Daft Punk in Fortnite is not something that has happened a long time ago. No, it was like last weekend, so it's been 7 days. It was last Saturday. Did you think that Daft Punk used to be in Fortnite? No, they weren't. This is another rover, right? Good day, Mr. Elephant. Yeah, all of them are rovers. What is down here? I cannot go there. But yeah, I was a little bit curious about this rhythm game in Fortnite. He made it sound like it was like Guitar Hero. What is that? Oh, we have... Oh! I see, we need to use the peanuts to shoot them at the targets in here. But first we need to get rid of the flames right there. I see, I need to get water, maybe by using this. No? Am I too far from the water? Okay. I need to find another water source then. There is something that I'm not following. What is the order of things in here? I mean, let me see if I'm not jumping into conclusions. Can I do something about this first? Oh, I could. Never mind, I did not need to shoot the peanuts. Maybe I need the peanuts to drop the key from the balloon. Ouch! I didn't see that one. But I think I need to get higher. How can we go higher now? I also can't shoot in diagonals. Oh, there is a snake up there. I see, so that's how the puzzle goes. Yeah, now we can go. Oh my god, the snake scared me. Now we got the key. Have you been watching any anime, Subaru? There we go. You haven't? Oh, I need to do it again? And that's it? It was just to cross this bridge? I think so. Okay, we have an enemy down there. We are underwater? Okay, that looks awesome. Let's fight this guy. Oh, there is a health token right there. We can try getting it. By the way, why is this elephant a dark Sith? I like that costume for him. So I changed his... I wasn't realizing he looked like a dark Sith, by the way. You were very right. It's just because I like the combination of black and red. Maybe I also thought of something else when I picked it. I forgot how it was called though. But he does look a lot like a dark Sith. I think that's the health token, yeah. There we go. And then, are there doors up here? No, right? It's just this bridge. Yeah, so I think we can just go straight ahead. Wait, there is more to this? Like, what's going on here? There is a locked door. Is this a puzzle down here? What are those rotating yellow things? There is also this passage. Oh, they have bombs in here too. There is so much going on. I'll try the other room first. What is on the other side? What's in here? A magnet. I need to use the magnets to get the key? Oh shit, a repulsion magnet and the attraction one, okay. You know, two things that this is remind me of, a little bit. Banjo Tooie, Grunty Industries, that has an electromagnetic chamber in there. But also Mario and Luigi. Yeah, Mario and Luigi has it has a dungeon that is like a college, and in that college they have lots of like physics puzzles or physics based puzzles, including light puzzles and also magnets and things like those. Yeah, it was an university in Mario and Luigi. There we go. So this goes up here. Let's check it then. Then we have another puzzle with an anvil. I see, I need to, oh my god, look at this. I need to place the anvil on this spot. But then I can't just leave it. I need to throw it. Almost. How far do I need to be? Maybe there? I will say that counts. And then I'll need to activate the magnet, the repulsion magnet, and then it's going to destroy the block, right? There we go. Let's try this again. Perfect. And then what's going on in here? I don't know what's that. There is also something down here. How can I activate this and also be pressing the button at the same time? Can I do something about this? I could. There we go. So I need to use peanuts. And then how I get that one? Because if I press that again, it is going... No, it's moving this one too. There we go, yes. But I'll need more peanuts. So this is for the yellow things in that room that I was wondering, like, what are those yellow things? I think they need this to work. I'm also thinking this is a shortcut for me to go back. I'm not sure, but I think. Is this not? Where the hell am I? No, it is a short... No, this is resetting the room, right? So I need to go back. Wait. Oh, this is the room. Okay. So I need to place them here. That's what I think. No? Oh, there we go. We got one of them. We need to find 4, isn't it? Or 3. 3. Okay, so we're missing another one. Probably there is one down here. With this puzzle. What is really going on in here? Can I open this from the other side? I can't. Let's use the bomb to explode that. Or is this already wrong? I believe I need to stop that thing from shooting bullets, right? So I will try moving the ice. Is this correct by any chance? It is. So I can go up here now and enter this door. Then now we have a key, fire and ice. I mean, this is obvious. I just need to move this, right? I cannot move this? Wait. Oh, this is not a movable object. But then... what am I... The crate. I can move the fire. I can move the fire. But also, how am I... Yeah, I did that, but then... Now, how do I get the key from there? Oh, like this, with a bump. There we go. I like how the puzzles in here are not, like, hard at all. At least not so far. But they are still sometimes not too obvious. So it's normally the second way around. So where is this now? Okay, this is what we want. We have this box, something that throws fire, a button, and another door? We need to activate the fire so the fire can melt the size so we can get this. But then... Oh... I see, so this box only needs to get there to that button, right? And this is probably the way back to the main room. Wait, this goes there actually. Oh no, I reset. I locked the box. Subaru, have you been playing any other mobile game besides Persona 5X? The box is not enough to press the button? Does it need to be filled? Or actually filled, right? Which, by the way, that makes me thirsty. I need to be filled as well. I said mobile game, but then I remembered that you are playing Persona 5X on Steam, isn't it? So even though it is a mobile game, you're actually playing it on PC. I think that after the stream, I'll be drinking a lot of water. I'm kind of thirsty. I will also be eating some cereal too. How can I fill that up with water? There is nothing water related in here. I'm actually still surprised that the box is not enough to press this button. It makes no sense. Let me check what is in the next room, but... Oh, okay, I can do this. Money and letters. And then that's the way back. Yeah, this puzzle right here should be solved somehow. But again, I did try to add that box there and it didn't work. I will try again because that's the obvious thing it sounds like to me, but maybe it was not placed right. No, it doesn't work. Let me try the following. I mean, never mind. All I need to do is really bringing this. Oh, I see, the sliding ice. Ah. Okay, now I understand why that box is in there. I'll need to place it somewhere so the sliding ice can get there. Oh no, right? Do I need to move you like... Wait. Yeah, I was thinking about moving you like there so I can do this and this, right? And then I need you here. But I think I got it stuck in here though. It is a little bit stuck in there. The only way for me to get it back is by doing that. But then I'll need to send it up. If it goes there, it stops here and then it gets here. So I think it is a good move. Then now, if it goes down, it stops there. It's not good. Stop there, maybe? Then I needed to stop. There, I think we solved this, right? If I can get down there. I cannot. Why does it get locked there? Oh, never mind. I finally got it. There we go. Yeah, stop there, then move the ice block to it, and then you bring it down. That's not really what I want to do, but sure, come on, Yono. Get the ice block, there we go. And then press the button. Finally. 2 out of 3 cogs. I have no idea where is the last one though. but good puzzle. Where haven't I been? I have been there, right? Maybe here. Yes, I think I haven't been here. Wait, what? That opens the path? Why? So it is a balloon shooting puzzle now that opens doors. It's like one of Zelda's minigames. It feels bad for me to be destroying the urns, but I know their sacrifice won't be in vain. I'm still missing more. Oh, that one. Okay, let me get more peanuts. Man, it is 1:20 a.m. already. I need to rush a little. There we go. It was like the shooting gallery from Zelda Ocarina of Time. There is more to this though. Oh, probably that's our way back, isn't it? The one platform right there that has the hole with the blocks, the crates. Okay. Oh. They want me to be on it, isn't it? Okay, let's wait until it's back. Let me break these. And then I need to be avoiding the platforms. Alright, I think I can do it. There we go. Yono, we made it. Now what do we have? We have spikes. Fire. A key. More spikes. Now I'm getting some flashbacks of the washing machine temple in Majora's Mask, also known as Great Bay Temple, because of how technological this is. Wind and peanuts? Wait, I think I might get a platform by doing this. No, it's a chest. But that chest might be important, or it's a health token. It's probably a health token. I'll try this again. That's fine. There we go. Oh, it's the key. So it was actually necessary for me to do this. This key might create a platform, right? Oh no, it's an elevator. An elevator that I may need to use the peanuts. I do. Okay, let's do this. Perfect. Not the best return, but it's okay, we have health. Now we gotta move these boxes. There we go, and then we're back here, and then that's the last cog, so probably all of the puzzles of this dungeon are solved, I think. So we will be able to meet Aurum and the, how is it called? Hegemonicon, the computer, sort of like character. I should save the game just in case, because solving those took me some time. Is there still more? This is not good. Wait, maybe now go. Ouch! How am I avoiding it? Oh, I see, like this. Good day, Mr. Elephant. Good day to get burned, right, Rover? Oh, shoot. The firefighter. Oh no, fire has broken out in the factory. Quick, grab some water and help out. Sure thing. The fire won't come back, right? It's like extinguished forever. Ouch. There we go. We helped you, Mr. Firefighter. But if you are a firefighter, why couldn't you actually do it yourself? You did a swell job putting out that fire, sir. I guess, okay. No problem for doing your job. So we still have more going on. We can fill that with water. Get water for what? Oh, for this right here, yeah. The mill, right? That opens the door. We can get peanuts for which reason? We can activate this as well. Oh, an elevator. Can you go down? There we go. We might need to shoot that now. By shooting that, it activates the flames. Wait a second. Okay. What about you right here? What does this button do? Does that movement? How am I moving that ice block? I still don't understand. Like, what do I do with this as well? I don't know, let me do what's the most obvious thing, but I don't understand what I'm doing. Like, I think they want me to put that in there for some reason, because it's close to it. It stops the flames. Oh no, it's going to burn the crate, isn't it? Yeah, maybe they want me to get rid of the crate. So I will try that. Isn't it? Oh no, okay. Man, I'm so dumb. It actually lights the torch. But I will still need to move the ice block to it. They wanted me to move it there, right? Where I could have the flames. But the flames, I cannot move them closer to that, can I? Because I think they are stuck there now. Okay, okay, okay. I will reset this. But I understood the puzzle. Yeah, stop there. You can't get to the wall. I will need peanuts. That's it. I mean, I didn't need peanuts. Not yet. Then this goes to this corner. And then now we press this button. And then I can get the key. And I can also get water. I will throw the key up there. So I can get peanuts. Then we turn this off. And then we solve the puzzle. Good. There is still a little bit more, okay. A nice block, a magnet, a button, and the target. Huh. I have no peanuts though. I should move the ice block closer so it can get the key, isn't it? I think that's it. Then you get... Oh! Oh yeah, it throws the key, that's true. By throwing the key, it activated the target. And the lift right here. Then I need to break that. What is this? Oh, inside of this ice cube there is an anvil. How they want me to destroy this anvil? Or maybe to say the ice block. This activates that, and what about this? Fire. Okay. Okay, I see. Bones. I appreciate health. I did get myself hurt. There we go. Bombs, a key, a magnet, a lever. Okay, but I don't know if I want you on right now. Fire. An elevator. And a box up there with water. I need to move that box probably. I cannot get this water, right? I can't. What is happening? The bomb. Maybe I need to use the bomb to blow something. What do I need to blow? The only blowable thing I can see is the pipe. Or maybe I should say the box with the pipe, but it's too high up there. Turning that on makes no sense. Oh wait! I know what I need to do. This goes to the key, isn't it? So I can move the key from that spot. There we go. No? Ah! The magnet can get the key. Good puzzle, look at that. Nice. Oh, why did I throw myself into the water? Alright, we do this again. I think my reflexes are starting to die. Okay, Subaru, I might be leaving soon too. It's getting late. I will need to go to the event tomorrow. But thank you so much, man, for stopping by. I talk to you next time. With my Charmander, hopefully, right? Wish me luck with my Charmander painting tomorrow. But take care, get some good rest. I will finish this dungeon. I hope I'm almost there. And then I will get some rest myself too. They have some flames in here as well. Yeah, good night, Subaru. There we go. This will activate the lift. What can we do up there? I was thinking about moving this. I could. So we can get under there. Another lift, this one activable thing with the fire, okay. It won't move. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for it to move. There is a button down there. So press it for that lift, okay. Hi, Bookmark. How's it going? Elephant shenanigans, the puzzles are for real in here. This dungeon with the mechanic, which are the robots, they have been something for sure. Like they have electromagnetism, fire, ice, bombs, and a couple of enemies, but not many, thank goodness. Did you see my newest addition to my how can I say this? To my 3D printing figures, because I went to the anime event and now I got a squirrel. Look at him. I painted him myself. I'm so proud. Look at that. They were even teaching me some shadowing techniques, so his shell is kinda shiny, a little bit shiny and metallic, you see? My favorite starter right there, super happy and cheerful. I was so proud about his eyes, the challenge of painting eyes. We got now Bulbasaur, the first attempt, and also a squirrel now. So tomorrow I'm back to the anime event, and then I'm hoping to get my Charmander. Painting the flames will be the challenge, but I will try my hardest. Hopefully the instructors there save me, and then I come back with a Charmander at night. And I also got this from the Pokemon Go people. It was the reward for like checking in the event. It is a pin of Pikachu wearing Tanjiro from Demon Slayer clothing, right? It's the Tanjiro Pikachu. You can only find that here in my city, I think. Yeah, it looks very great. The one from last year, by the way, had Pikachu wearing Naruto clothes. I will try to show that to you. Give me a second. Yeah, maybe it is not too bad for me to pick that. Okay, there we go. It wasn't bad at all. I can easily replace that in my shelf. I have all of the pins from the Pokemon Go people, right? Let me turn the lights off. Maybe it's better without the lights. Yeah, those are my collection of pins. Each one of these colored pins, they represent a neighborhood in the city. I think this one represents my neighborhood, the Mewtwo one with the purple. Yeah, so many of them. This is a generic one though. And this is the Pikachu Naruto from the last year's event that I went today. Yeah, look at him with like the tiara, right? And then today I got the Tanjiro Pikachu. I can't wait to see which one they are making for next year, hopefully. So yeah, those souvenirs are great. Hopefully tomorrow, like I said, I can get at least the Charmander. If they allow me, because today I was actually asking them and they said, oh, if you have time to come back later, you can paint another one. So when I went back there, unfortunately they were already closing. I went there 30 minutes after they stopped the painting section, which was very unfortunate. But I did try to return to try getting the Charmander today still. But tomorrow I'll see how my time goes in the event. I did feel like today the event flew by, but it was great. I could play a little bit of Mario Kart Live and get a new record because they were doing time trials and I had the fastest time. Hopefully it's still the fastest time, but I don't know. And then also tomorrow hope they will let the races happen because I wanted to get to first place in the races. But today they had the time trial thing going on. And I went to a concert. They played many. It was an orchestra, by the way. It was amazing. They played many anime and video game music. They went from Sonic Medley, Mario Medley, Top Gear, which is the racing game that I love from the Super Nintendo, but it was more popular in Brazil. But everyone there was super hyped when they played Top Gear music. That's so challenging to play, but so fun. They played some video games that I also don't play them, like League of Legends, Skyrim, and Gears of Wars 2. And they played Mortal Kombat and also Street Fighter. In the video game section, I did find some time to play myself Mortal Kombat 3 as well. I at first was playing against a person that didn't know how to play either, so it was super fun because we both were learning at the same time and the battles were very wild because like I don't know I could do that and then oh you did that and then it was like a mix of surprising reactions from us both and also we were actually having super close matches. Whoever could get the right punch correctly would win. It was super fun because both of us were at the same level, zero. But then one other person saw we playing Mortal Kombat 3, and then they were like, "Oh, should I play? Should I join you?" And then we were sure. And then the person was a pro, so yeah, he destroyed us like crazy. And then he even said that he used it to join tournaments of Mortal Kombat. So it was very challenging, but it was good to also have some memories from my childhood of playing Mortal Kombat. I was never good at Mortal Kombat, but I used to have the cartridge for my Genesis. So I went back in time. It's funny because in September, where I got my Bulbasaur, I was revisiting Bomberman 4, and it was amazing. It was super fun. And today I revisited Mortal Kombat 3. So at least I appreciate how my childhood games are little by little coming back to me in these events. And then let's see what I can play tomorrow. I have no idea what could show up, right? And also, it was very fun, even though I felt like time flew by. I did the Mega Metagross Pokemon Go event. It was released today, it was its debut. Tomorrow they're going to have a tournament. I have some chances of not joining it. I'm not sure if I will want to join them. I could, and then I could even earn a new pin. But I don't know, I'm not really feeling the tournament. The tournament will also take a lot of time. And maybe I should just enjoy the things of the events instead. They're going to have another concert, so I'm excited for that too. And another good thing that happened today is that I got free noodles. That were my lunch. The queue for that was super long, but they were delicious vegetable flavored noodles. So yes, I was enjoying them a lot. So yeah, that was pretty much how the event went by. There were many cosplayers. The one that surprised me the most was probably the trio of One Piece, Sabo, Luffy, and Ace. But also someone that went there with the Digimon 4 protagonist costume or cosplay, with like the freaking yellow hat, the red jacket, the yellow shirt with the crest. I was like, holy shit, Digimon 4? Let's go, you know? Normally people would go for, I don't know, Digimon 1 characters. No, they went for Digimon 4. And I was also somewhat surprised by a couple that went there as Giovanni and Vaporeon. The girl was Vaporeon, and it was a very good cosplaying. Even though as weird it sounds, she looked great. There was someone as also Nessa from Pokemon Sword and Shield, the gym leader. Yeah, there were some fun cosplayers in there too. Lots of stormtroopers and Darth Vader, of course. Also some horror characters like the Halloween guy. Uh, it's not Jason, right? Jason is from Friday the 13th. I forgot how the other guy was called. But anyway, yeah, it was especially good to see people going there, even if they were not with costumes, they were there with accessories that were referencing games or referencing anime. I actually found or met lots of people with Haikyuu jerseys like mine. It was probably the event I have been to that I found the most people. Like seriously, everywhere I looked, there were someone with a Haikyuu jersey. So it's like, am I starting a brand? Like, am I starting a trend? Because I used to be one of the few ones with Haikyuu jerseys, and then suddenly, pff, lots of people are joining my team, right? But at least I'm the only one with the number two so far. I never have seen anyone else with the number two. Everyone goes with the Hinata number, number 10, and also with my name on the back. So at least I'm special for that. But yeah, the event was like that today, and it was good. I just wish that I could have felt time passing more slowly, so I could even have enjoyed it more. Hopefully tomorrow it's different, yeah. But it was very good. Did you like my squirrel? I took so long to finish that because normally I would take an hour or so. That's how long I took to finish Bulbasaur. But when I was finishing, the freaking instructor was so proactive to help that he was like, "Oh, it's looking great, but do you want to make it even better?" And then he started teaching me some shadowing techniques, and then I took like 40 minutes more trying to do some shadowing on my squirrel. I didn't like the shadowing idea that much on his front shell. It's the part that didn't look the best in my opinion, but I tried. But his back shell is amazing. Yeah, it does have some metallic feels thanks to the darker red that I painted in there. So it was worth like learning. And let's see what happens with Charmander. That's so eventful. Yeah, but then I wish I had more time to the Mario Kart Live and also to the video games. But at least I got my Mega Metagross, and that's fine. Boba, you liked Boba? Yeah. I'm so happy that these people are doing those workshops, right? Because it really is a thing. Like, even though I was saying that it took an hour to finish them or even more, you don't feel that time pass by. Like, it's so distracting, and then you are so focused. You know, it's something relaxing. It's therapy in a way. And then seeing the final result is worth, because sometimes you're like, I need to just add a little bit of white right there on that spot, and then when you finally do it, it's like, let's go, we can move on to the next color, because you need to be so precise and everything. So seeing the final result, you're like, worth. Yeah. They also have Pikachu and the Johto starters. Who would you pick, Bookmark, for you to paint? I was saying that I thought it was funny that somebody didn't know how to paint Totodile. They didn't know the character. They thought of Totodile as like a regular alligator. So I looked to my right, and then I saw like a totally green Totodile looking like an alligator. It was kind of like, oh my god. Yeah, that's a way to paint him, right? It's different, but sure. But the other, there was a couple in front of me painting Bulbasaur and Charmander. Their Bulbasaur looked amazing because they mixed my Bulbasaur color with white to make it even lighter. And I thought that his Bulbasaur looked better than mine because of that color. It was even closer to Bulbasaur's color in my opinion. They also took forever to complete their painting, but it was totally worth. Is there a catch in here? I think there is a catch in here. Or maybe not. Let me try. Because it's... Oh! I cannot move this further. So... maybe I need to get there from the top? That's my guess. You'd go for Chikorita? I see. So you and Piero would go for Chikorita, huh? Normally people underestimate or I don't know, even underappreciate Chikorita, so that makes me happy to see you guys liking Chikorita. Hopefully Mega Meganium, that's expected to be in Pokemon Legends EA, will surprise us all. This is Cleveland. Aron has locked itself in together with Hegemonicon and placed a giant proto-mechanic automaton to guard the path. What are we going to do? But then how was your day? I hope it was also a very good day. Sometimes I hear you saying that you have been working a lot, so I kinda hope you have been able to rest. But as tomorrow you also have the second day. This is the empty chamber, and that looks like a boss! It's a pet boss? He wants to play with me, but he did throw that at me! It's the cutest, but at the same time, most dangerous boss ever. But we did it to the Hegemonicon, I'm guessing that's him. Or maybe not, maybe it's just a boss that protects the Hegemonicon. Oh, I see, so that's a Proto-Mechanic. Oh my god, look how BS this is. So, Aurum is a guard from the Queen, and the Queen hates all of the people, pretty much. She suspects of, like, the mechanic, the robots, she suspects of the undead people, the bone whites. So she sends guards to like their cities, like this city of the robots. And then the robots were doing some elections, but the queen is like wanting to stop their elections. and the elections are held by this hegemonicon, either computer or artificial intelligence. But Auron is a Queen's Guard that's trying to stop those elections and also make them to favor the Queen and not the Mechani in the decision, in the final decision. And then they brought a Proto-Mechani. Proto-Mechanis are the first robots ever created by the humans, and they normally use it to be for helping humans with their chores. So a dog robot is like to help humans to get entertained with a dog robot, right? But normally the proto mechanics are very simple in thinking, or like they don't have this independence or this sense of independence. They still have their sense of following the orders of the humans, or like helping them with their chores. So yeah, the proto mechanic is a boss. So it's kind of disturbing because they are using the robots against the robots, you know? Why am I not facing the guard himself? So this was like a dirty play in my opinion. But how this goes then? How can I fight this proto-mechanic? Do I need to use my urns against him? Or do I need to use his own? Maybe I need to use his own. Oh! Ouch. Do I need to hit him with that? Go! Trunk! No, it wasn't working. Because I cannot... I can grab it? I can grab it. What is happening? He's overheating? Throw at him. Man, he's so good in aiming. What? How can he do such tricks? I still don't understand. Do I need to wait until he overhits or something? Yeah, what is going on with him now? And I cannot hit his back, right? Because he's so following me. I will guess that when he spins like that, it means that I hit him, but I'm not sure. It just feels like that he got the spike ball back. Can you tell, Bookmark, if he's suffering damage or not? I can't tell. I am taking damage, but thank goodness there are some health in here again. What is this sound? I heard a clock sound, like a ticking. Oh! We won? Maybe he got tired of playing with us? Okay, at least we did not destroy him, right? Especially because he doesn't know what he's doing, as he was controlled by the guard, Auron. Yeah, he wanted to play with us, but like a dangerous play, of course, like a dangerous game. But sure, we made it. It was just a little bit hard to understand the battle itself. Then, are we getting to the Hegemonicon and Auron now? We are, that's Hegemonicon. Listen, Auron, you know I can't tinker with the results of a free election. That would undermine our entire political system. Auron is a robot? Or is that a human in a robot? Our political system is already a farce. Whatever decision we make, the human queen can veto it with the wave of a hand. Wait, so Auron is actually a mechanic? I was thinking that Auron was a human. This mechanic is at Queen's side? Hello, you both? By the way, I'm scared of Auron. Please don't make me fight him. But what could I do, Auron? Give the verdict that starts the revolution? Would that really guarantee freedom? Is this a reference to the... I don't remember how he's called. The is it Turing? The scientist that created some sort of machine to help in the war, like to like interceptate, is that a word in English? To intercept the messages from Russia, I think, during one of the world wars. I think his name was Alex Turing or something, and then there is the Turing machine or something. That looks like that. Hegemonicon, be careful with what you do here. You can't let Auron bully you into glitching the system. Elephant Yono would ask you to keep out of this. I don't want to call you sir, but I can't even stop myself. It's so deeply rooted in our internal design. We're all doing it without even thinking. This is the invisible hand under which all mechanic spirit held in place. A sir here, a madam there, and each time we say it we reiterate and reinforce our lowly status. Actually, lowly status, right? Our lowly status. And yet we insist on calling our city Freehaven. Freehaven is not free. It cannot be when the queen has a guard posted in every corner. But if you know that, Auron, why are you kinda trying to do what the queen wants? But violence is not the answer, is it? It never is. Never is? Look, whatever you may think of me, I don't want to lead us into a war. I don't want to see my friends being smashed into scrap metal on the battlefield. My allies is melted into alloys. But I will do it. I will be there. I will lead the vanguard and be the first to fall to human cannon fire. Okay, now he's joining the mechanic. And you know why? Because there is no other way. There cannot be. There is no scenario in which the strong and powerful would willingly capitulate their power and get nothing in return. You can run your calculations on that. So he wants to fight. Maybe he's worried about the other mechanic not voting for them to fight. Corruption and greed is not a malady you can heal. The only way is to tear down and build anew from scratch. He's really a revolutionary. Either way though, cheating is not the answer, is it? Yeah, if the mechanic don't want to fight in a democracy, then you should not intervene or like change the results. Yeah, these robots are really into some deep shit, pretty much. They want to have independence, but at the same time, they are not sure if a revolution is the answer. Let's see what will they decide. I honestly don't know what to believe in this question, right? Because it is complex. We want to help them out, but at the same time, having a war will be dangerous for both sides. I cannot predict the future, nor see clearly how to handle the situation, but I do know one thing, that the answer is not mine to give, and neither is it yours, Auron, sir. Finding the right course of action is not easy, but tampering with the votes to force a specific result is not the right course. The fundamental assumption of this mechanic regime, I think that's how it's said, is that the hegemonicon remains incorruptible. And if you introduce a bug to the system, even for a good cause, what then will you have left to fight for? Oomph! I have made up my mind. I will take your opinion into account, Auron, given your background and expertise. Your opinion even has a very high priority in this case. But your view will be put alongside those of the rest of the mechanic population, and with all the data computed, the result is clear. I have the feeling they won't fight. Yeah. There will be no war. In case there was a war, then this would not be a cozy game anymore, even though we read some stories in the beginning that were dark AF, of like the situations the previous Celestial Avatars, I mean, the Celestial Elephants, had to deal in their time span, right, in their lifespan. Yeah, there were wars in the past that killed everyone in Sundergarden, and then that's why they're the Bone Whites now. There was a tsunami that almost hit a village because the villagers did not believe the elephant. There were there were people that were hunters, and then they were not finding animals to hunt anymore, so they asked the elephant for help, and then the elephant gave them seeds, so they started to learn how to harvest. But then other people from another region came there, and then they wanted to kind of get their harvest and then their seeds too because they were hungry. And then they had a war, and this leader that talked to the elephant sacrificed himself to save his population. So this is not really the coziest of the games, but seeing how most mechanics are kind of still passive in a way, I knew they wouldn't want to really go for a war. They want their freedom, but maybe the war is not their real solution for that. Fine, let us all become like Bone Whites. Yeah, the Bone Whites also are not fighting against the Queen. Rotting in their graves, peaceful, inactive, and forever stepped on. Maybe you guys can find another solution, that's the thing. I have presented the final results, now leave me. And that's it. Where is Sandara and Kai? Okay, it's 2 a.m. I gotta go to bed. I'm waking up like in 8 a.m. So we checked the hegemonic situation. We will explore more of the results of that election. Hopefully later today on Sunday, when I'll be back from the anime event, and then I'll try to stream as well. It's funny that I was not expecting to stream for this long, especially considering that I started the stream at 10 p.m. my time. But at least I could finish both reading the plot right from the past of the previous elephants, because we completed their books by going to the library, and then we finished the dungeon in here in the Freehaven city to get to the hegemonicon and check the election results. But yeah, that's going to be it for me tonight, and then we'll check more on this game hopefully later today. Right, I think I remember some of it. I remember you liked them too, the mechanic. Also Piero also liked their designs. I like them a lot. But I do think that the war is not the answer in here, because the Queen has a very strong army to fight them, and I think they are not ready for such a thing. But it doesn't mean that they couldn't do anything. Maybe they could find better ways to persuade the Queen to actually accept stopping her control over their city, right? It's not going to be any easy for sure, but at the same time they gotta try new strategies and avoid conflict or direct conflict, because it could be bad for them regarding their safety. But yeah, bookmark, I'm going to go then. Hopefully tomorrow I'm also back with my Charmander. I'll do my best. Maybe even another Pokemon, who knows how much time I spend there painting them. It's so good, it's so worth. But thank you so much for stopping by. I also hope you get some rest. Hopefully your weekend also goes great. And I might be back tomorrow with more of this. So I'll talk to you next time then. Good night everyone, thank you for coming. I see you then. And goodbye.